Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover is powered by.
John still can't hear us. Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Can I speak?
Yeah, you do it. That was my fault.
The crossover is powered by Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
John, can you hear us yet?
Guess he can't.
It's made my day. I can't hear John. That's awesome.
That's weird. I can hear him. I feel like I can hear him coming back to me.
I can't hear you.
All right, he can hear us though.
Yes, I can't hear you.
I think he's just doing a thing. I don't know.
You didn't turn on my IFB because Nick, he must have gone to take a pee.
Or play chess.
All right, so what do we think is wrong right now?
I wasn't playing chess.
The audio board is correct?
Yeah, the board's fine.
So I will drink my Coke and say, how do you do?
So it kind of sounds like Bobcat Goldthwait mixed with Bob Dylan.
Turn my IFB on.
Oh. Now we can't hear you.
Whoa, what?
Well, I don't
now
know what's
we can't
here.
hear you.
Oh, I think I know what happened. I'll be back.
Okay, and now we sound weird. Does it sound like you're underwater now?
It doesn't sound, no, not to me.
Okay.
I typically sound like that because I get really cotton mouth. Like I get like saliva mouthy because I talk so much, but I don't have enough liquid in my body.
Grum's off to a great start. Look at John. That's a scorebook right there.
I have a canker sore on my tongue right now, and I'm really battling like a trooper.
You know what people say about canker sores?
They call it, they're stress induced, but I don't really know what I'm fully like stressed about. What do
they say other things about him.
What do they say about him?
I don't want to say it out loud.
Why? You just say it to me.
I don't know what they're called today. Is it STI or STD?
I don't have.
That's what I'm saying. That's what they say about them, though.
You got to be a player to have that happen.
Yeah? How's that going for you?
I come out of the bullpen every once in a while.
There you go. What's going on, Nick? Do we think we got it fixed? We still sound like we're underwater right now.
This is our Chevy call to the pen.
Wow. This is off to among the worst starts.
Drive what Kane and Taze drives.
Yeah. I was wondering, they never seem to. Oh, there we go.
This is our big.
John?
What is going on?
Yes, thank God.
This is our Binny's Beverage Depot call to the pen.
I did look at that. It was fine.
Okay. You can't find it at Binny's.
Well, I texted Nick like 20 minutes ago saying, hey, just by the way, I need my IFB.
No, he did. I was working.
I never got it.
You
missed my song. I was singing that.
No, we heard your song.
No, we heard your song.
Oh, you did? Oh, good.
We can hear you.
I did pretty good.
You actually wasn't that bad. It was. I said it was Bobcat Goldthwait meets Bob Dylan.
That's how I know that was on Tie Line A until it wasn't.
Yeah.
John, how are you? You look good. You look healthy.
Wow.
And Matt, you look kind of bright. Like the
I know.
computer's like up in your lights.
Sorry. I have to adjust my thing.
Wow.
Very bright. It's very, very bright.
I just want to get it out
just
of the way.
like my future.
Crappy frickin' boo year.
No, just a
Terrible.
bad
so much
start.
time.
Absolutely terrible.
Just a bad start. All right.
We pulled the plane up from worse.
We can turn it around, just like Matt Rule. It's 3 minutes of a terrible beginning, but we can fix it, right? What a great fake laugh, John. That was phenomenal.
It was pretty fake. By the way, you were all working. So we were commiserating yesterday, because the Cubs hadn't got off to a great start.
Baseball.
Did our guy pitch well last night?
Our guy, I did bring it up on my show today. I
There you go.
cannot wait to do this thing where I overreact to Owen Casey and Edward Cabrera every time they do something great.
How'd they do?
Edward was awesome. The wind was howling out, and he still pitched 6 scoreless innings.
With one hit ball, baby.
Dude, it's insane. He was great. Now, granted, if Bergen Riley set a ball in that weather,
it's going to be a long 5 months leading up to this.
It is.
It's
all we're gonna do is every time there's a wind day at Wrigley Field, it'll be like, oh man, there's no way Nebraska's going to be able to serve.
I'm going to be real with you. You go every day. There's a wind day at Wrigley. That's every day at Wrigley.
That is true.
Like that is 70% of the days there.
There's no days where it's not windy.
Windy enough for you? That's what they say there.
Oh, is that the phrase?
I would actually make an argument. Outside of April and like the early part of May, the wind starts to pick back up in that ballpark.
Yeah.
In September.
Oh, that's exciting.
That's when it starts coming. That's when it starts coming back. September is a weird month of weather in Chicago. I think September is just the most irrelevant. It's just not
It's the best month of the year.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
here we
not.
go.
No, October's the best month of the year.
October's a great month.
I love
September. Why do we care about September? September
Football.
has nothing unique about it.
Football, Labor Day, football, Labor
But
Day.
every other month has better weather or a better holiday.
No.
December has a better holiday.
October does not have a better holiday.
What did you say is a better holiday?
December's got a better holiday than Labor Day.
I'm sorry.
John is anti-Jesus.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
you forgot about
anti-Jesus.
I guess you won't be wishing me a happy birthday this Sunday.
I am pro-Jesus celebrating a normal birthday instead of people going crazy.
Oh, what's a normal birthday?
A normal birthday is, blow out candles on a cake, sing happy birthday, exchange presents, and then that's the end of it.
Oh, wow.
But no, we got to hijack entire radio stations and turn them into Christmas music. Do people do that for the 4th of July? Oh, it's going to be all patriotic music in July. No, of course they don't.
1019 The Keg, they would do a whole fireworks
Really?
thing. It would be synced up to fireworks in Manawa.
Well, it doesn't matter. Pretty soon, 1019 The Keg's going to be doing a lot of anti-American stuff anyway, so it won't matter anyway. But
I miss when John called games for Nebraska public media, a fine institution.
A
very fine institution.
Do we think Mr. Green Jeans is going to be on that station now?
You never know.
Mr. Green Jeans was never on PBS.
Yeah, he worked for NCN.
I love Nebraska public media, and I'm open to work.
Wow, interesting. By the way, John, Stibbs commented a few moments ago, John, can you get me into the game tonight? I want to hang out with you guys. Do you need a statistician?
I mean, if he can figure out a way in, I don't know.
You just go in the 4th inning. You go, you're going to charge me?
Stibbs, you show up early enough, you can just walk right in, honestly.
Or you show up late enough, you can just walk right in.
But he needs to get upstairs. He needs a media pass. You know the SID for Creighton. Ask him. I bet he'd help you out.
I'm kind of doing a radio show right now.
Oh, okay. I talked to the SID of Creighton baseball earlier today.
Congratulations.
I said, thank you for helping me get Flan on. Flan will join us live tomorrow night on the Creighton Athletics Hour.
Wow.
Yes, he will.
Live tomorrow night.
Have you ever talked to the volleyball coach?
The
Rosen? We've had Brian on.
Yeah. He's awesome.
Yeah.
I've had him for 2 interviews because the first one I messed up. And then I had him back for a second interview.
Oh, wait, didn't you have to re-record it? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bummer.
I was so mad.
Yeah.
I'm so pissed.
Yep.
We need to circle back, though. We were in the conversation of best month.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Let's circle back to this.
September. Listen about September. September it's just not there. It just doesn't really do a whole lot for me.
You get a day off in the month.
It's just an in-between kind of month. It doesn't have as good of weather as May or as June, July, or August.
Whoa.
But
really?
August? You like August weather?
I love August weather.
It's hot.
Ooh,
August too hot.
I like the end of August.
I love August.
Yeah, but September has early fall.
And the end of August morphs into September.
Yeah, but then the end of September has kind of early winter.
Give me that.
No, it doesn't. It has early
you guys,
fall.
okay, first off, you guys, we have to make something very clear here.
What's
right?
that?
We grew up in different parts of life.
You live in Nebraska.
I lived on a lake, essentially. All right.
Good Lord. My family has money.
We're the Skokie McMasters.
I'm just saying.
We went skiing.
We didn't. But anyway, the wind would mitigate a lot of that and would make it a little bit cooler, which is why August was great. July was the really hot month. Yeah, July was the super hot month.
Where do you live now, Matt?
Okay, but I'm talking about my life experience. It doesn't matter where I currently live or where I currently don't live.
Yeah,
it's about my relative experience as a human and what I believe to be the better and worst months.
Oh, I guess.
But it goes.
Yeah, it's your own personal opinion based on the life that you've lived. All right, sue me. I didn't grow up here. All right, there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, he grew up eating caviar in his PJ. Give him a break.
That's not true. You guys, yeah. Oh,
Take a look at my giant lake. Would you like to go down to the Northwestern practice facility? I have rights. I can go in there anytime I want and play cards.
We can take the yacht.
Wow, Matt, what a life you led. Man.
We have a lake yacht.
So anyway, you really like August.
You guys it's just. I mean, I don't hate August, but it's really hard. You guys,
pansy,
because it's one of those things that you know that I can't say anything back because to make fun of you is to make fun of what might be the general public. So I'll just sit back
Say
and
it.
relax. No, you can.
You're
can
being a
make
pansy.
but
I'll make
come
fun
on.
of-
You
Hold
can.
on,
You
hold
can
on.
make. I
telling
didn't
me-
say it was on yacht and caviar. That's a crap. That's a load of
Okay,
crap.
get off
Outside-
of your golden tower.
But outside of the lake, I mean, the weather in Chicago and the weather here is pretty similar at times,
Yeah.
especially in the summer.
It handshake memes.
It's different in
it-
September. September is just a very meh month. You know, it's whatever. It's not
I mean,
a whole
I've been
lot.
to Chicago in September. It feels like September here. You know?
I know. I'm just telling you right now that it's just I just think there's better weather that I prefer in June, July, and August, and there are more things that are going on.
It's like the
more
start of football season. Sorry, I just like football.
the start of football season technically is in August. It's
Not
actually,
this year.
Well, yeah.
Nebraska's first game is September 5th.
well, general football.
I mean, preseason. You're talking about preseason.
I'm talking about week 0.
There's like 10 games.
I
I'm
know.
talking
But
about the-
technically, when does the season start?
Yeah, week 0. I love week 0. I'll be watching. We should hang out. We should hang out and watch week 0 together.
Yes, we can.
There you go. That sounds awesome. See, we're still friends. We don't hate each
We
other.
never. I don't hate any of you.
Oh,
I just
okay.
don't like being
What about
acted. I'm just. I don't like being labeled that way because I'm not that way.
What,
That's
sitting
just-
on pointy things?
Yeah. No. You guys just make a bunch of crap up because you got.
So anyway, you love August. Now that's a stunner. I've never heard anyone say, if I'm going to list the best months, August. August never comes up.
I like.
Yeah, plus, when you're a kid, you're conditioned to hate August because that's when
School.
school happens again.
Yeah.
That's when school
Now-
restarts.
Yeah, but in my boarding school off in Nantucket, we didn't begin school until the middle. Of
Nice
September.
job. You leaned into the bit. Good
Yeah.
job by you, Matt. You beat
Very
us to
good.
the punch.
There you go.
You beat
Though
us to
everyone knows Nantucket is not anywhere near Skokie.
Yeah,
so
no, I actually grew up in Boston, Massachusetts.
You got there.
Don't.
McMassachusetts.
Yeah,
for
why
me-
not call it that.
Now, look, my favorite month is October, even though there are no days off in October.
Because
When
of the best holiday.
No, it's not because of Halloween. It is because you get the crossover of all 4 professional sports. You get baseball playoffs. It's important times in the NFL.
I agree
and
with
college
that.
Football. It rocks.
I love October.
But then when I start thinking of other months that I like, I do go to holidays, and I do think of holidays, and
I just don't think September has a lot of unique things about it. I think it's just kind of a month that happens.
I know I just don't get August. That's the part I'm a little confused
See,
by.
I
mean,
love
August
August.
literally
August is
has
the
no-
summer,
No
August
holidays.
has no holidays.
No holidays.
but it's the summer. But it's August. It's still like it's still. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you
But
other
it's
than it's
August.
August.
Yeah.
When
August is the summer.
When I think of my favorite month, I think of general overall vibe instead of just holiday.
Yeah, I bet you
think-
love February, Nick. That would be a very,
Oh.
very
No,
big
February
zag for you.
sucks. I like April.
February's trash.
I think April's my favorite month.
April's
Really?
solid.
Why April?
Weather's turning.
Weather's turning. You get that good spring weather. You get the April showers.
That
Yeah,
bring
I like the rain.
Mayflowers.
See, I
yeah.
like May better.
Yes, me too.
May's pretty good.
I love May because you get the crossover of a lot of things. Now, yes, May can be a little violent in terms of the weather.
Tornadoes. John
But
likes the
that can-
I thought
tornadoes.
the crime
well-
went up in May.
Oh, it probably does. It gets a little
Violent
warmer.
weather.
Watch out, that tornado's
Well-
wearing a ski mask.
Oh no, the Second Amendment. That tornado has a gun.
Well, when it goes through certain parts of America, it actually does pick up plenty of
I guess
guns.
that's true.
It
That's-
does.
Wow, I've never thought about the possibility of the wind in a
Tornado's
tornado
got
firing
a
off guns.
Nick could be a bad movie on sci-fi.
Oh,
Well, I mean, they literally did a movie about
Gunnado.
sharks in a tornado. I mean, I
Indeed.
suppose I could do
Yeah.
guns in a tornado.
How do we feel about July? Do we like July?
yeah, it's mid.
Interesting. It's basically August, but with the Independence Day.
July is hotter than August.
No,
Yeah.
August is hotter.
July is hotter. July, I think, is
man,
peak
it's-
hot.
I just like the June, July, and August just because it's summer. Like I don't really need anything in
I
those
don't
months.
disagree with you there.
I don't think I need any like a holiday in that month. Like
Nick
you
is
need,
correct.
you need a holiday in November. You need a holiday in
You
December.
do need holidays in the cold weather months.
You
Isn't that
need-
interesting? You get day off in November, day off in January or in December, day off in January.
I know.
And a lot of people turn those into days off.
You don't need.
we need a holiday, a day
You know,
off in February.
Didn't they say that Jesus
need
was
a-
actually born in August?
Yes.
We need a.
Interesting.
we
We
need
could have had a
something-
holiday in August.
What holiday could we create in February
Well,
to break up
so
the working?
You don't have
month?
to create one. We almost had a day off a couple of years ago, but then our boss snatched it away
yeah,
from
that's
us.
right. The
Yeah.
floating
We
holiday.
were going to get President's Day off,
Yeah.
but he said that our audience was so used to us being there on President's Day,
Here's what
so
I'm
he didn't
thinking.
want to do it.
And if
and
there's a holiday that doesn't deserve to happen, it's a president's Day.
I don't
Nice.
like people complaining about this not already existing.
Yeah.
Because it's just like an excuse for you wanting to not go to work hungover or anything like that.
But the day after the Super Bowl. See, but I want to work the day after the Super Bowl because I want to be able to talk about it. If we were turned on Tuesday,
How about the Friday before the Super Bowl?
we got to preview it.
Shoot.
Yeah. I like working around
Why
the
couldn't the
Super Bowl.
preview happen on Thursday?
I mean, it could.
Because if
And
that was a
nothing's
holiday,
gonna- yeah,
everybody
that-
would have
I mean,
that day off, so
nothing's going
everybody
to
would.
happen.
Yeah. I definitely want to work the day after the Super Bowl.
There's
We got to
something-
recap it. I don't want to come on Tuesday because then it's like, do you still talk about the Super Bowl that's 2 days ago? Everyone's moved on by that point in time.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think John and I talked at all about the Super Bowl on Tuesday.
I don't remember. I cannot tell you whether or not I
We
did.
talked about it for like 30 minutes on the day, and then it was like, all right, see you later. That game
It's
sucked.
done. A bad game.
Yeah.
Bad team won.
By the
Get
way,
outta here.
Nick
That
was,
is not true.
Nick
a
was-
very good team.
Nick was correct, by the way. The average temp in, or is this the average high? Either way, 80. Yeah, the average high temp is 88 degrees in August or in July. It's 85 in August. It's 84 in June. So July, slightly the warmest month of the year.
Slight over in July.
Slightly over July. I don't know why it feels like August is warmer though.
Maybe it feels warmer than it should be. Like mentally, you think that August should be
I feel like
colder.
August is always like humid. You know, like
Yeah.
July is
Well, I
warm,
mean,
but August is like.
Pretty much once the College World Series starts, that's when the humidity
August,
kicks in.
August,
Get ready.
it's a little windy though. There's a little wind picks up a little bit.
Does it?
It's Nebraska. It's windy all the time.
It's
That's a
really
good point.
windy
Maybe we
today,
shouldn't play volleyball games outside then.
and it goes all the way back. Look at
Wow.
I know.
that. Fascinating.
It's kind of
I'm all-
early to round
I'm
back around.
all-
But
Yeah,
okay.
About the full
Aaron
circle.
Papillion, by August, you were tired of the heat. It's kind of like February.
Yes.
So by that point,
Mhm.
you're tired of the cold. You're like,
You're
okay,
tired of
I'm
the cold.
ready to be done with
I want to
this
be a
garbage.
little chilly now.
Yeah. And now I've gotten to the point with the weather where I'm triggered by like, can we just have some consistent 60-degree days?
Mm.
It's going to be in the 40s in a couple days. I'm done
See,
with
that's-
40 degrees.
And
I'm
that's
done.
the thing about the summer too is it's nonstop.
Yeah.
At least in the winter, you get a few times where you get that 50-degree day or
Oh my
that 40-degree day that feels like it's 80 because you've been under
some of the best
you've been
I've ever
below
felt.
zero
Yep.
for a while. But in the summer, once you get into the 80s and 90s, you're stuck.
Yeah, rarely
there.
do you get like a
You're
70-degree
stuck there
day.
until
Mhm.
September.
Yep, that's true.
You never get like a 65-degree day in the summer.
Thanks, the sun.
People forget about the sun.
Thanks the sun.
How do we feel about November? I feel like November's a
I like
weird month.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, November has Thanksgiving, which is awesome. It still has football.
But then you get
My
like
mom's birthday.
sometimes you
Sure.
get
My dad's
great,
birthday.
whatever. We get the
Your
snow.
anniversary?
The snow.
Yeah.
You get that first day of snow in November, and you're like, oh no, it's coming.
Call it November.
November now for me, it's always oh man,
Doesn't
we got
really
this for months now. It's how I always feel about
I
November.
know.
Like the sun is setting so early, it's
Or-
dark.
or
It
it's-
doesn't really snow in November anymore, though.
Not really, but it still is dark and cold.
Yeah.
It's the first time where it's like you get bad weather.
Plus, you're like, crap, football's almost done.
I don't know. November football.
Nebraska is almost over.
Well, they're losing.
They're
you know.
always
That's
losing.
that's
Everybody
usually a
They're
good thing.
losing.
That's
like-
usually a good thing. Oh, good. There's football after Nebraska.
I was
can
about to
enjoy it
say,
again.
like Josh is taking. Football's almost over. To me, it's like for the last 10 years of my life.
football's almost over.
Yeah, that's what it's. I have to watch the Bears and Nebraska. I'm like, thank God we are coming to an end here.
Yep.
Not last year though with the Bears.
No, God, they were so good.
You were having a good time.
I don't know. They might. I think they're going to probably win less games, but be equally as good.
Mm.
Like they'll probably win 11 and make the playoffs. I don't think they'll have the 13.
When's the last time the Bears made playoffs in back-to-back years? It's been a while, right? Is it like the Rex Grossman era? Did they make it in back-to-back years in
I
the
think
Rex
they did.
Grossman era?
I think they did.
Might be 2000, 2001.
Whoa. People
Bears
forget about Mike Brown.
playoff history.
People forget about 2001.
They forget about Mike Brown.
Because they didn't. They made it in 10. They made it in 13. They
Oh,
made it in 18. They made it in 20. They made it.
06.
So they made it in 05.
They lost to the Panthers.
I don't remember that one. I was 3 years.
I don't remember that one either.
I do remember 06 when they lost to the Saints in the NFC Championship.
Okay, this is crazy. So the
They
Bears.
No,
beat
they
the
beat the
Saints.
Saints, and
They
then they
beat
lost
the
in the
Saints.
Super Bowl. My bad.
And then the time they did it before was 91.
Whoa. Oh, they
So-
lost to the Cowboys.
So the Bear-
Oh!
So in 36 seasons,
Wow.
the Bears have been to the playoffs in back-to-back years only twice.
Wow. This is why we bonded last year at the College World Series.
This is why we bonded. Are you trying to bring up our fondest moments
No,
so
it
you
was
can
a-
get me back from actually being angry for the first time?
wow
on the air.
We're finally turning you into a happy person right now at this moment in time, talking about
No.
the Bears' futility. This has gotten you happy. Look at that
I-
smile,
I
John.
did-
Yeah, this is going to ruin your whole bit. I mean,
Yeah.
now you can't go on and on about Bears futility. They made the playoffs.
Oh, I definitely can still be upset about them.
They won a game. They won a playoff game.
They should have won too.
No. They were lucky to even be close in the second.
Yeah, there you go. God, he's got a.
But thank you, New Age Rex Grossman, for that great pass in the.
How about? So I was flipping around, John, on Saturday. Right, this was after the basketball. I was looking for something else to put on one of the TVs, and I was like, oh, hey, it's the NFL Network. What could I find on?
Oh, yeah, this was great.
And it was the Bears and the Packers, and the score at the time was 21-6. And so I texted Matt and I said, you're probably out right now, but turn on the NFL Network.
I indeed was out and still put on the game.
On your phone.
I still was watching the game periodically on my phone.
Did Joey ever respond to your
No, he
tweet?
didn't. He got he gave me a little bit of a look when I walked into the studio.
Yesterday?
Yeah,
I bet he did.
Yeah, that's funny.
God. See, to me, it's a fun little rivalry that I have with Joey. Like, I like making fun of him and everything, and like just joking with him. But he knows that I truthfully love him. We got very close with Joey during Bluejay overtime. I don't know if he knows it's friendly.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know if he knows that it's supposed to be funny.
Is it friendly if it's only one-sided?
I'm trying to be friendly about it.
I can't wait for football season in terms of the shows and how they will all work together with Fandom. We have basically the entire NFC North represented, including like the rivalry in that division.
Well, then Snow too fills in on the morning show.
Snow fills in,
and he's a Lions fan.
He is wow. So you really have the holy.
Our number one backup for the morning show supports the Detroit Lions.
Incredible.
So
Mike S, another Mike S.
There will be a time where we have, I guarantee you, in the fall, there will be a time where Happer's off, and we will have a Vikings fan, a Bears fan, a Lions fan, and a Packers fan, all in the same area.
That's amazing.
We might actually have Joey do a crossover just so we can have the meeting of the North.
Excellent idea. It's a great idea. By the way, I think we're getting very close to Joey's NFL schedule prediction.
Oh,
I think he was teasing something on Twitter.
God, it feels like we just did this.
Well, John, it's March, and it's going to be April tomorrow. We're about a month away from the schedule release. He's got things to do.
He showed me what went into the last one.
Yeah.
And I just can't believe somebody puts that amount of effort into doing something they don't get paid for.
Correct. It's a hobby.
Right. You know?
Exactly.
It's a hobby.
It's a hobby, but I mean,
it is an intense hobby.
It is a very intense hobby.
That really doesn't have, and I love Joey, and I think the reward of it is everybody being like, I can't believe you do this. This is incredible.
The reward is, whoa, you're kind of
you're kind of
weird.
Like
that's the other word too.
That's the reward. The reward is being like everyone being like, holy crap, I can't believe somebody would do this. But like, he can't wear it, you know? Like, it's not like a scarf.
Right.
Or like a hat.
Should you get him a scarf that says I predict the schedule every year? Or
well,
a hat?
Maybe I get a scarf and it says the percentage that he was correct.
Now that's a great idea. What about a hat? What are you going to say, John?
Do you suppose he's doing this so in interest that someday someone at the NFL will notice it and go, hey, would you like to come and be in the room when we generate?
I'm going to be real with you right now. If Joey hasn't already, Joey must immediately email everybody in the NFL offices all of that and be like, this is what I did.
Yeah.
If he doesn't want to do radio anymore.
I did that.
You email people.
Because this isn't like being a bracketologist, right? Where
it is, but it's so no one else is doing
it. It is, but no one else is doing it because no one.
Joey there has to be someone out there in the ether who predicts the full schedule. Wow, I can't even say it with a straight face.
Do you think there has to be?
There is, yes. He is not the only person in America who does that.
I don't know.
I don't know if you could say that with full confidence.
There's 360 something million people here. You don't think
but who the hell on a Tuesday in April is going, crap, I put Pittsburgh and Carolina and Green Bay at the same time. What do I do? Dang it, if I move them here, how am I going to fill the Monday Night Football spot?
The only people that are remotely interested in this from that minute detail are the people in the networks themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right? But nobody outside of that bubble cares.
No. Nobody like no one else is sitting in their apartment in the month of May being like, oh no, I have Seattle traveling 7,000 miles this season. How do I cut them down to a home game with making sure that we can still schedule the Tampa Bay Buccaneers
I put out a poll
on a
question.
Thursday night football game?
Is Joey the only person in America to predict the full 18-week NFL schedule?
By the way,
go vote now.
Someday that could be his job.
It could be his job.
The NFL could come to him and be like, "Hey, we need a guy."
First off,
yeah.
Do you know how cool that would be?
It'd be awesome
if Joey was the guy.
He's the puppet master.
I bet the an NFL paycheck's pretty solid too.
Can you imagine though? Like,
hey Joe, help me schedule the Dolphins at easy season.
Like, hey, all the great alumni that come out of 1620 The Zone. We have Kevin Kugler.
We
doing
have
NFL
Nick
on
Fox.
Fox.
Nick Baugh. Matt Schick
we have
is
Matt
at
Schick at ESPN.
Joey.
And Joey is the scheduler for the NFL.
Schedule master.
Bob Bruce hanging out in Iowa with his tie on. And now Joey. Incredible.
That'd be, and I hope he does it. By the way,
Michael Severe has an award. He runs an award.
It's true.
Think of all of our alumni.
Yeah.
And look at what we've accomplished.
Matt McMaster's going on a date.
That's tomorrow.
Now, is this an actual date or one of those pre-dates that you were talking about?
No, this is the one.
Oh, the rescheduled
They're
one.
all dates.
Is Nebraska beach volleyball doing a match or something that you have to watch, so you can't be there?
It was the Nebraska basketball game versus Vanderbilt to go to the Sweet 16.
No, I thought. But
the second one was the Iowa game.
Oh, is it the Iowa game?
Oh man,
even better.
Wow,
I forget.
Man, it might have been better for you if you'd have gone on the date.
It might have.
Nebraska famously didn't have enough guys on the floor. Instead, you had to watch that instead of the date.
Dude, I can't believe that.
I've erased it from my memory.
I thought about it again today. I said, they had 4 guys.
They
had 4 guys?
That's not even the name of the restaurant.
I've erased it from my memory. I don't even think it's that big of a deal.
Wow. Okay, that's a hot take. It's a hot take Tuesday.
I'm just saying that to myself, so I don't think about it.
Well, it's not a big deal in that.
It's embarrassing, is what it
is. It is embarrassing.
People
but
can make fun of them forever for it.
That did not lose them the game.
No, it did not. By the way, I just realized, man, it's a Tuesday, so
see ya.
Bye.
Yeah. Okay, wow. I was just gonna say we're coming upon the end, but all right.
We are coming upon the end.
All right, we got Ferrin coming up in a little bit. We got baseball.
Baseball. It's Baseball Tuesday.
God, so much baseball on Tuesdays.
We got the slice.
Nick's talking about Nebraska today in the slice. I hear.
Reports are saying a windy day.
It is.
Ballpark.
It is.
It's a windy day at the ballpark.
Uh-huh.
For the first round of the I-80 rivalry.
Whoa.
And they're watering the warning.
Which way is the water blowing right now, though? You got to aim. It's kind of, you
blowing out of the north.
You got to aim one way to make sure it goes the other.
Know how that
goes, am I right, boys?
Yeah.
No, I still got a lot of strength.
Oh, okay, nice. Good job with you.
It's the golden toilet you got to pee into.
And we've
got that's right.
Yeah, I got I don't have a curve or anything.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I don't have a hook or a slice.
All right,
nice.
Great crossover.
All right, there you go. Here's your crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. We really didn't pull the nose up on the plane. We landed with no wheels, and the fire trucks came out.
We sullied it.
We got to
the river.
We got to use the inflatable slide instead of the ramp to leave the plane.
When they asked you that question about the exit row, it finally mattered this time.
It finally mattered this time.
I think all planes should let you disembark on the slide.
Oh, fun.
Can you make it to Teterboro?
We'll be fine.
See, that was a bad joke. Let's just end it.
All right. See you later, Matt.
See ya.
We'll be back. 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
The wind should be blowing tonight. Will it be an ill wind? Or just typical wind?
Typical.
Why is John a pirate?
I don't know, it just felt right.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Jalen Hurts wrote a kid's book.
The ballpark, what?
Jalen Hurts wrote a kid's book.
That's what you interrupted John's intro for?
I mean, sorry, John.
Wow.
Go ahead.
It's been a tough start to the Grum today.
It has.
Yeah.
Real tough. John's trying to set up the show, and Nick's like, look, a coloring book.
Not
How
a
old
coloring
are
book.
you?
It's a
Was it
picture
col-
book.
Is it a coloring book?
It's a
No,
picture
it's a picture book.
It's a picture book.
book.
Is a picture book really a book? It's mostly pictures.
Whoa. Dr. Seuss, not an author, says John. Wow.
We are here for baseball today. It's
Look at
Creighton versus
Nebraska.
Nebraska.
John, does it say in those notes that it is pronounced or spelled Blue Jays, not Blue Jays? My favorite piece of info in every Creighton notes. It's Blue Jays, not Blue Jays. Mm-hmm. Look at that. There it is.
Incredible.
This isn't Toronto, folks.
This
This
is not
isn't.
Toronto.
Even though they had those jerseys that one time that looked suspiciously like Toronto's.
Yes, it literally had.
well, I
the
mean, that was
maple
back
leaf.
in the days when you didn't have those big fancy, apparel contracts, and you had to basically get your stuff off the shelf at the sporting goods store. And I'm guessing that Nebraska Sports or Lawlers or whoever was sporting it at the time was like, oh, look, we've got all these Toronto Blue Jay uniforms. Let's use them. Why not?
I practiced one time my little league football team. The coach had some connect with a small college up in the Northeast, and our practice jerseys one season were those uniforms.
Whoa.
So they had like stitched numbers on them.
Whoa.
They were super nice. They were nicer than our actual uniforms because they were a former college uniform.
Brazy.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was pretty brazy. Pretty cool is what it was.
But we're getting ready for round one tonight
Let's
between
go.
Nebraska and Creighton, 6 o'clock tonight. And you'll be able to hear the game right here on 1620 The Zone. Glenn Sisk will be on the call as Connor and I will be on the ESPN Plus side.
I'm
TV John. We'll be on the Plus.
This is
ESPN
exciting.
Plus.
Do you have a makeup person, or are they going to powder your face?
Good question, Nick. Is the ESPN Plus broadcast an unbiased broadcast, John?
Nope.
Oh.
Interesting.
I'm gonna be the biggest homer in the world.
Because when I do the ESPN Plus, it's always supposed to be this is an unbiased announcer. Though I guess those are for just the conference games. For the non-con, they're like, Jay's on, baby. So I'm like, huge three by Creighton.
Do you think you could call this game unbiased, John?
He's done it
Absolutely.
before.
I've done it many times before.
He's a professional.
on Nebraska Public Media.
That's fair.
He is
Yeah,
a professional.
It's a piece of cake.
He complimented Nebraska yesterday. He said they're good.
They are
True.
good. They're 22-6. It says right here in their notes.
Whoa.
22-6.
Now, are we sure they're 22-6, John? Because it also said in their notes a couple weeks ago that they were playing at a time on the basketball floor that they didn't play. So do we need to let's do some quick math? Make sure
whoa. Let's not be throwing the baseball people under the bus.
different people. That's true.
That was a basketball thing.
That's true.
Baseball's been there before. They know these
Oh,
things.
that's true.
Basketball, they were kind of rookies at that whole thing.
Mm.
No, it's
Perfect.
okay. The game starts at 6 tonight.
Adam says I'll be having the game on mute then if it's not unbiased. Wow, you're turning viewers and listeners away tonight, John. You're turning them away.
Sad.
Listen, Connor and I will have a good time tonight. We're talking baseball.
Yep.
We're just talking baseball. And hey, the wind is blowing out to right today, so this old ballpark might play a little smaller.
What?
Smaller. Ping! It might be a little crazy.
Wow.
Or it might not. Who knows? I mean, it's Nebraska, it's Creighton. There's usually something weird that happens.
No
in these
love
games.
lost. These kids played each other in Little League, and now they're playing in the
Some of them
almost
did.
big leagues.
This is
Some
one of
of
my
them
favorite
did.
series.
What is the other series that are your favorites?
Iowa, Nebraska.
And?
I kind of like when Creighton plays Coastal.
Okay, that's not a
I
series.
don't know why.
It's just a non
They've only played
That's
them like
fair.
4 times in the last 25 years.
I like
Nick's
it.
favorite series, though,
See,
John.
that's why I like to go see it. It's rare.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Sure. I
Some
guess.
bird on bird violence.
Mm.
I like the Nebraska-Alabama football series.
Oh,
It's really good.
When they last played, John, was it 78 or 79?
78, baby.
Wow, it's been a while.
As long as Matt Rule's there, they're never going to play again.
Hey, oh. Wow.
Well, let's get to the grum down.
Let's do
If
it.
the chuck don't blow away, there'll be baseball. So far, the chuck is anchored to the ground. We should be good to go.
Fingers crossed that it stays anchored all night long.
Keep those fingers crossed because today I just got word we're on Ferrin phone.
All right. Well, I hope that we have backup topics ready to go because that phone is a piece of crap.
Mike Ferrin will join us here in about 10 minutes or so
Awesome.
to recap the opening weekend of baseball.
Is it too early
It's
to
hard
tell?
to call it. Yeah, it is. Yes, we are in too early to tell season.
We're here for
We
like
are-
3 months.
Did you see what the Rockies did to the Blue Jays yesterday, though?
Too
They're going to
early-
win.
Too early to tell, Nick.
Rockies
Too
aren't
early
losing
to
again.
tell.
John, I opened up ESPN today, and there were all these bold stories. What have we learned after one weekend of baseball? I'm like, what are you talking about?
Nothing.
It's,
I mean,
it's too early to tell.
We haven't even played a full week yet. I mean, the season technically started on Wednesday, so we haven't even played a full week yet. It's hard to
Unreal.
call this the first week of the season when the season starts on randomly on a Wednesday or a Thursday.
And then everybody else joins in on the fun on Thursday. Unreal.
Michael Bruntz will be along. We will try to figure out. I mean, are we still going to do the whole how many pitcher prop?
What do you
'Cause,
mean? Of course
well,
we are.
I mean, it's not the same as it
why
used to
not?
be.
What happened? Woke?
No, woke didn't happen.
Pitching
It's
changes got canceled.
What? I thought people love pitching changes. What happened, John? Where did the pitching change? Oh, is it because
pitching changes still happen.
is it because of Ed Service? Because they did that thing
I mean,
to him? I'm gonna miss you, Ed.
Ed is gone.
See you
They
later, Ed.
did tend to go through a lot of pitchers, though in recent years, Nebraska had actually gone through more pitchers than Creighton.
Are you concerned that your score sheet is going to have too much space for all
Gotta
the pitchers?
dial
No,
it
I'll be
back,
fine.
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
Too many boxes.
He can write
I'll be
notes
fine.
down.
I got
Sweet
plenty of
nothings
room.
to Happer. Happer, I
Got-
love you.
Got plenty of room.
All right.
Little heart.
Space is left open for Steve Sipple. I'm not. You know what? I'm gonna treat the Sipple segment like I treat my garbage cans.
What's that
Last night it was warm, it was mild, there was no wind, and I'm putting the garbage cans out, and I'm like, I do not want to be nudged awake at 4 a.m. because my wife heard the garbage cans getting blown all over the neighborhood. You know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to take these pavement stones that I have, and I'm going to set them on top of the garbage can so that the lid doesn't blow open and the garbage can doesn't blow away. And wouldn't you know who won the pony? The wind came up last night. Genius. So I'm going to do the same thing with Sip. I'm just going to leave the space open for
You're
Sip.
gonna put a
Not
brick
sure-
on his head?
I'm going to put a brick. I'm going to put a brick on Sip's trash can just in case Sip just decides to up and blow away.
Come
Now-
on, Sipple. We did prep for you.
I did get confirmation today.
How'd that go?
He said,
We-
yup.
Have we gotten confirmation before only not to be confirmed?
Yes.
I saw him last week in Houston. I chatted with him for multiple minutes. I also
Was
heard
he
him-
at Applebee's?
No, he was at the arena where there was a basketball game to be played.
Oh.
I also heard him talking to one of the fine people that works there at the Toyota Center and said, "Have you ever met Kevin Durant?" I laughed so hard. It was so great. It was so good.
Because Trey Taylor said so.
Ooh.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Trey Taylor has been active on the Twitter.
That is what he does. That guy loves social media.
He does.
Log
The
off,
kids do
bro.
like the social media.
Touch grass.
Yes.
Big Ten impact transfers. Have we forgotten Adrian Martinez?
Well, he's in the pros. I don't
It'll
know.
make sense when we get to
Okay, perfect.
it. From $20 million to $40 million to the moon. a slice of college baseball.
Nebraska baseball edition.
We got the whole damn pie here tonight, but Nick's going to give us a slice.
Okay.
And a fork full of something weird.
Whoa. Fork full of something weird. Are you talking about what's for dinner, John? The slop that you're getting at home tonight? Is that what's going on there?
I'm not getting anything at home tonight because I'm getting food here.
He's not said that. That's not the first time he said that. Damn it. I messed up the joke.
That could have been pretty good.
I know.
That could have been
really good.
That could have been a really
Instead,
good joke.
Yes. Swing and a miss.
I blew it.
Oh, like what they'll be doing at the ballpark tonight, John.
There will be swings and misses tonight.
Mhm.
There will be swings and misses tonight. 402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, which you can text us on as well. 402-951-1620. The Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. I've noticed that Twitter's doing that thing again.
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah. Well, we got our poll question up.
Oh yeah,
Go-
we're getting
Actively
get
go
limited?
vote. We have been tweeting and retweeting this. I want people to actively go and vote because I think I know what's happening here. I think I know. I think the man is trying to silence us. He's trying to silence you, the people.
Matt Rule.
No,
No.
Oh,
the weird small man who nobody actually likes.
oh yeah, that guy.
And the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally, and we answer the phone on the first ring.
Hell yeah, we do.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Tell me more.
We used to, here on the Grum, when it was on, we used to recap the show Succession. For on HBO.
Yeah.
And one of the things about Succession was, there was a bunch of rich people who loved their PJs.
Yeah. Not
their pajamas.
Or peanut butter and jelly.
Their private jets.
Well,
That's fair.
Nebraska likes its PJs
Swans
too.
games.
Front Office Sports went through, and these are all the public institutions, looked at all of the Division I college athletic departments, football teams, just the football teams, to see how much they spent on private jet travel. Now, this is not charter travel to and from the games. This is just using private jets for recruiting trips or personal things, or
maybe going to games in other states.
Maybe going to games. Maybe going to concerts,
WWE,
maybe going to conference media days, things of that nature.
Want to see McAfee in person?
Nebraska was number 2. Look at Nebraska in their PJs.
Let's go.
They only trailed Alabama. Alabama spent $1.2 million on private jets last football season. Nebraska just over $1.1 million. They beat Michigan. They beat Texas A&M. They beat Texas. Texas, everyone has a private jet in Texas. But Nebraska using those PJ minutes.
It's worked out very well for them so far.
Clearly.
It has.
And Alabama as well.
Congrats on killing the environment.
In all seriousness, it is interesting because we've done some of the research. The recruiting budgets have gone down because the transfer portal. Right.
Yeah, it's changed.
So you're not going out and signing 25-person classes anymore. Well, you would think a lot of the PJ travel would be for, hey, we need to send Holgo down to Houston to look at this quarterback, or we need to send Jeep down to Miami for an offensive lineman or something. It's not that. It's not or I shouldn't say it's not as much that. As it is all of the other stuff. You wonder what some of the other stuff was?
You certainly do. Fascinating.
So there you go. Nebraska's number 2. Nebraska's got a little something in common with Tom Wamsgans there.
That's very exciting.
Famously, everybody would love to be compared to Tom Wamsgans.
He was in charge of the company. Spoilers
alert.
At the end of the show. Sorry.
I did kind of call it, though.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you did. All right, 402-951-1620. If you want to hit us up today on the Zone Hotline, brought to you by Prairie Flower Casino, which is just a stone's throw away from where I'm sitting, as a matter of fact. Coming up next, Mike Ferrin will join us to recap the first 3 quarters of the first week of the season.
Nice.
But there have been some interesting things done already.
Yeah, Paul Skeens has an ERA of like 1,000.
It's over.
That he does.
Yeah.
That he does. So we'll do all that next. Great to have you with us today here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. John is at the ballpark. He's getting ready to watch some baseball tonight. But we're all, of course, locked into the Tournament of Great Significance, which will be over 1 week from right now. Still 3 games remaining. And John, the folks who are listening in Nebraska, they can make picks. They can win money. They can do so in Nebraska. And if they get their picks right, they can win up to 5,000 times their cash. So easy to do. Go to the website, download the app, find some players that you like and you dislike. Go higher or lower on a variety of stats. You got the steals, you got the rebounds. Sometimes you can find players that it's like points, rebounds, and assists. So you can say this guy's going to have a really nice game or this guy is going to stink. And you can do all of that again, John, that I mentioned in the state of Nebraska. So easy to do.
That's right. No crossing state lines. Just download that Underdog app today. And if you do so, use our promo code 1620 The Zone to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620 The Zone, 1620 The Zone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdog.fantasy for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
You know, you could prolong the life of your garage door with preventative maintenance. How? Give Langfeld Overhead Door a call and schedule a garage door checkup. They'll inspect all your hardware, springs, cables, rollers, hinges, opener, even lube the door. You see, Langfeld Overhead Door doesn't take a back seat to anyone when it comes to their service. Because if something goes wrong, it's their name on the line. So they're going to make sure it goes right every single time. Langfeld Overhead Door, 402-234-2700.
The next 30 seconds could save you hundreds on your car insurance. At The Hartford, we're passionate about your protection. If you're 50 or over, AARP Auto Insurance from The Hartford gives you benefits that really matter. And you could save $597 when you switch. How's that for a little peace of mind? Visit trusthartford.com today. The Hartford, your protection is our passion. The Hartford Insurance Group, Inc. pays royalty fees to AARP for the use of its intellectual property. AARP and its affiliates are not insurers. Savings vary.
those circuses on the air.
Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Ferrin Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Ferrin. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Is that like the loudest background noise I've ever heard on a phone or what? Mike Ferrin apparently driving out the middle of a windstorm right now.
Mike, are you in Omaha right now?
No, it's hot and it's my air conditioner, I think.
Oh wow,
God.
yeah, now it's super
I can't
quiet.
hear John. There we go. Yeah, I turned it down.
Wow.
I want to know, I have a very important question for you guys.
Yes.
How would you describe the quality of the stock photo you're using for me today, since I'm not on video? Like, did you find a particularly flattering photo of me to put up on the screen?
Yes, it looks like it is from a previous College World Series.
It is.
Where you and John maybe using Chris Prudhon's camera. Is that what that is?
Yeah, you know how Prudon will go into the next booth over and hang out the window and then shoot back into our booth.
Yeah.
It's the one of us together and you're leaning in with your head sideways.
Okay. So you picked the most flattering one that you could. That's great.
You look very handsome
I feel like
in it,
that's
Mike.
a missed opportunity for you to get one of me, like picking my nose or something.
Oh, that you know what? Challenge accepted. This year at the College World Series, we need to make sure that we find the most unflattering photos of Ferrin possible.
Yes, absolutely. All right, I was just at the McCormick Stillman Railway Park for the last 2 hours with little children. It's amazing.
Mike, I thought of you this morning because I was scrolling on ESPN.com and I saw some dumb story that was like the biggest things we've learned from the first week of baseball. You have invaded my brain so much that I saw that and I was like, come on, it's way too early to tell. What are we doing? Yeah. It's too early to tell.
Yes. I am really grateful, Josh, that you have now reached the point where you recognize that 4 games tells us absolutely nothing about a major league season, right? Like, there's only 158 of these to go. This isn't the NFL where 4 games and you feel like the season's almost over. No. We do this every day. So there's nothing. Anybody who's telling you what you've learned through 4 games is selling you a bill of goods. It's clickbait.
And I didn't click it. Because I was like, this is stupid. It's March 31st still. It's not even April.
Yeah.
Now right. we have at least learned in a less than a week a little bit about what ABS has done. And so far, I mean, ABS has given us a lot. I mean, players are now able to subtly show up umps by how they tap their head. Obviously, the overturns have been very interesting. We still get ejections. We got an ejection already because of the machinations of ABS. So it's probably too early to tell if this innovation will be better for the game than the pitch clock. But the way it's being talked about and the way it's being received does kind of remind me of the conversations we were having the first few days into the pitch clock era. People are excited about it.
Yeah, I would say that it's going to be different, right? Like, so the pitch timer probably had a bigger universal impact in that I do think it is, along with the way Nielsen adjusted their TV ratings, a major reason why ratings nationally up for baseball. I mean, there's a couple things that are factors, right? Nielsen now has changed their ratings to try and better represent people that are watching like in a bar, right? Where multiple people are watching at once. There's also like nothing to watch live on TV anymore other than sports and disaster coverage. So sports, obviously you're seeing some growth in all of the sports that way. And then I think more people are interested in it because it's not taking up 3.5 hours every night. So from an overall impact standpoint, I think the pitch timer is going to be greater. But from a fan engagement standpoint and any impact on wins and losses, I think that this has a much greater chance. And I think all you have to do is see what happened with the Reds and the Red Sox the other day, where, Gino Suarez, challenged 2 pitches in a row and was right on both of them and then delivered the go-ahead base hit, right? Like that to me is a big part of what can happen and how the game can change with the ABS. And, when we've talked about it, I've said, I think it's a really cool in-stadium fan experience. And I think you're getting to see that now, right? Because you're seeing how fans are reacting. They see it up on the screen. There's the oohs and ahs. And that was the same way in the minor leagues and in the Arizona Fall League, which much smaller crowds, but those same kinds of reactions to it. So you're right. I think it's something that is going to engage fans. I think you're going to watch the strategy evolve the more it gets used here over the course of this year and the next several years. But it definitely has given some buzz to baseball, and it has given some hope. And now you can start criticizing players for if they do or don't challenge, or if they do or don't challenge well. So anytime anybody can criticize anyone, we know that it's going to be a big success.
And I guess we found out, Josh, too, that you can still put up the K zone on the screen. I mean, we can still see it. It's a little bit different than it was, but it kind of adds that element of we, the viewers at home, we know what a good challenge is and what isn't, but the players don't. And so it's almost like playing along with a game show, where we know what the password is, but the person behind the desk, you're trying to watch to see how they do it. So it's kind of added that element of as well, as far as, I'm just watching as a fan.
I do appreciate, John, that you compared it to like Password or the $10,000 Pyramid, which are shows that Josh has never seen.
Correct.
They were great shows.
Yeah.
Great shows.
Mike, is it going better or about as well as people inside of Major League Baseball would have hoped so far?
I mean, I think it's probably going about as well. I haven't talked to anybody about it. I mean, again, you know how I roll, right? Like this is still pretty early on in the process, but I did talk to somebody who was prominent in Major League Baseball and who's been involved in this last summer, and they said, they're like, listen, like the pitch timer was absolutely necessary. So I'm not sure that this is as necessary. We were also talking about the check swing rule that they're testing in the minor leagues, where they're basically using a video to determine if a swing goes past 45 degrees and calling striker ball, and that you can appeal that. So, and he was like, I don't know how necessary that stuff is. I mean, the fact is that umpires have gotten much better at calling the strike zone accurately over the last decade, really. And I think it's a combination of guys who've been tested on that all the way through the minor leagues, and some of the older umpires have retired, and it tends to be the older guys that struggle more with calling ball strikes accurately, which kind of makes sense, right? Your eyesight starts to go as you get older, right? Like it's not, I know that there's probably a lot of umpire jokes to be made, but I think that's also the reality as we age, right? They may have better control of the game, but they may not be great ball strike umpires. So I think I'm going to wait and see exactly how the impact is. I like it. I liked it when it was first tested. I really like this version of it, where it's not every pitch that's called. But I am curious to see, like, we're excited about it now, but let's recircle back at the end of May and see what we've learned from the data and whether or not we still feel the same way. I think we will, but I just want to see what it's like once we get about 50 major league games under the belt for each team or more.
Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Radio and ESPN, joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. It was kind of odd to see Cal Raleigh not in the starting lineup for the first game of a high-profile early season series, but he does come in as a pinch hitter. He delivers the game-winning hit. Raleigh had such a big season last year, and it was kind of a little out of the blue, at least to have that many home runs and to be in the MVP race. Of all the players in baseball, the everyday players, does he have the most to live up to based on how his rise was so meteoric last year?
And that's an interesting question, because I don't know that anybody inside baseball really expects him to put up numbers like he did last season again. He also had a weirdly down defensive year metrically. It's always been his reputation as an excellent receiver who hits dingers, right? And he had a much more complete season overall last year, offensively. He was way better from the right side than he ever has been before. And so is this an instance where that's going to become consistent, or is it like, like the year that Chipper Jones won the MVP, he had a great year right-handed and he was never quite to that equal the rest of his career, right? So I don't know. I would say that maybe externally that would be the case, but I don't think inside baseball. I think what Raleigh is a catcher with plus power. He's going to hit 30 home runs and be a very good defender, and that's super valuable. The other 30 home runs were a nice bonus for the Mariners last year, but I don't know that anybody went into this year anticipating him being over 40 even. If he does that, that's great. And listen, he's not he didn't look great swinging the bat in the WBC. He hasn't looked great to this point, game-winning hit notwithstanding last night. I think it's timing, right? And he's got a lot to work on because he has to time up two different swings. It'll come for him eventually, but he's really grinding, from what I understand, to try and find his swing and to get it in a spot where it can consistently produce results. And you'll see it when he starts driving the ball to the alleys from both sides of the plate. That's when you're going to be like, okay, that's great. And if I were him, I would be focused on that left-handed swing first and foremost, because that's the one that he's going to use more frequently during the course of the year. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of where his work lies. I mean, listen, they played 4 consecutive days to open the year. A lot of other teams had off days. So I'm not entirely surprised that they gave Raleigh the day off to start yesterday, but he's going to catch the vast majority of the games over Mitch Garver, obviously.
Mike, one of the things that I've noticed in sports, and I'm guessing we all have, is how sports are very territorial when a pro comes down, and vice versa. Pro sports very territorial when a guy comes up, in particular with coaching. We saw it with Bill Belichick last year with the Tar Heels. So that's obviously a way to talk about Vitello and what's going on in San Francisco, because the tenor of everything that I am seeing right now, everyone's looking at him with a bit of a side eye. I saw one story in particular that may be a bit more fair to him that was titled "Vitello's catching heat for a Giants decision that other MLB managers are applauded for making." What have you made? I mean, obviously it got off to a terrible start last week, but the way in which he is being covered, I'm curious, that's kind of an inside media question, but what have you thought of it so far in his early tenure?
Yeah, I think it's full, personally. I mean, this is somebody who has known and covered Tony. Tony's not an idiot, right? From a baseball standpoint, he knows the game. I think it's unfair to college coaches to say that he wouldn't be able to handle the X's and O's portion of it. I think he certainly can. In fact, I think there's a lot of times that college coaches have a way better idea of how to use their pitching in leverage situations than pros do. The guy's team has scored 4 runs in 4 games, right? That's not on him. That's not on his lineup decisions. That's on the personnel that's on the roster. Also, it's 4 games, right? So, let's slow our roll on all of it. Now,
Too early to tell.
Great offensive team. It is, but I also don't think that they're going to be a great offensive team when you look at the personnel that they have. So, that's not on Tony. I mean, I think the thing that I was most curious about with Tony, and you guys know this because you've covered him in Omaha, he is somebody who uses stream of consciousness an awful lot, right? And he will go off on tangents. And that's not something that major league media members are used to. And it's a little different when you're doing, 60 press conferences a year in Knoxville and your team is winning and there's the same kind of excitement around a college program than there is in the major leagues, where it's that much different and you're doing it twice a day and there's 325 regular media sessions during the course of the year, right? So I'm curious to see how that plays. I can see that might be where the biggest sticking point will be for the people who cover him. But if anybody is going into this thinking that he's a buffoon from a baseball standpoint, I think they're completely wrong, because he's clearly not. That guy knows an awful lot about the sport. I think he is a good baseball. He has a good baseball mind. I don't know if it's going to work as a big league manager, but I do know that shouldn't be the issue on his decision making. And really, to be quite frank, the actual in-game decision making of a big league manager is probably the 5th most important thing for a big league manager.
Mike, a couple of big things happening in the front office standpoint of signing players. Cooper Pratt from the Brewers, one of their top prospects, signs an 8-year deal worth roughly $10 million a year. He has never played he's never played in a major league game, similar to how the Brewers treated Jackson Churio a couple of years ago. And Colt Emerson from the Mariners, their top prospect, signed the biggest one of these deals, 8 years, $95 million. Again, neither of these guys have played in a major league game. What do you think of this strategy of locking down these top prospects before they even get the call to the major leagues? And could this be used as kind of an equalizer for these smaller market teams trying to hold on to their core players?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think it's an adjustment on what we saw the Cleveland Indians do 30 years ago, right? When they locked up their core guys early on and bought out free agent years, and they're doing the same thing. I think what's so interesting about both of these scenarios, I haven't seen the Brewers pregame stuff today, but the talk of the Mariners was that Emerson, who is, I think, ahead offensively from where Pratt is, isn't coming to the big leagues right away. They're not going to rush him. It may actually give them a little bit more, less of a sense of urgency to rush him to the big leagues, because they're like, okay, well, he's signed. It's fine. Like, we can do what's in the best interest of the player. And I think that may be the case with Pratt too. I mean, just in that I don't think he's quite as ready offensively. Pratt's really interesting. He's 6'4", 210. He's a very good defensive shortstop. He hasn't hit for any power as a pro. And that was kind of one of the projectable things on him as a high schooler, as an amateur, was that he was going to have power. It hasn't come yet. And usually it's the last thing to come. But he slugged his on-base percentage, I think in the minors last year was 343 and his slug was 348. Now he walks a lot. He doesn't strike out, and all those things can still develop, but it feels almost like he's a year away, even though the glove is ready now. So I'm really curious to see how teams do this, because you're right. It is even different than the Chorio extension, where Chorio was on the big league roster, or the White Sox did it with Luis Robert Jr. and Eloy Jimenez, right? And as soon as they signed it, they put him on the big league roster. So those are different situations than what we've seen with these two. I do think it's a way for small market teams to try and retain some of their guys. I would think that based on the discussions, Connor Griffin of the Pirates would be next on that list among guys who are going to sign something like this, because they have already discussed a 9-figure extension with him, which makes sense because that guy's got a chance to be an absolute superstar, like one of the best players in the game. So I think it's one way that they can try and be creative in a manner to ensure that they're keeping these guys for more of their prime. The other thing is that no small market owner is nearly as poor as they cry out to be. You start to see what the revenue numbers are and what's actually being spent and what percentage on payroll for somewhere like the Pirates. They should be able to offer Paul Skeens a $200+ billion contract now and be able to keep him, right? They're getting enough revenue sharing from everybody that they should be able to do this. So there are, I think it's a smart strategy, and I think it makes sense from the player standpoint because it guarantees you money. And I'm going to point out one other thing, that Cooper Pratt is a Scott Boras client. So for those who say that Boras doesn't do extensions, he will. It's just got to be at the market value, and that's what they viewed market value for somebody who may not play in the big leagues. I don't know, maybe the midway through this year, maybe later. I think that's really interesting.
Before we leave, maybe a new bit that we can do through the course of the year. All these ballparks have all this new food and drink options at their ballparks. Today, we're going to call today's segment Rocky Rotgut, because the Colorado Rockies have debuted donut pizzas. They are donuts covered in garlic butter, grated Parmesan, and mozzarella, pepperoni, marinara, pesto, and Italian seasoning.
What?
Now, you can't see the pictures, but they literally look like donuts. Would you try the Rocky Rotgut?
No. Here's the thing: is that it's almost like everybody has licked a toad and then looked at the Mark Light shakes from University of Miami, right? They were like, man, what if we did this? What if we did this with a donut? That's a great idea. I think it's probably especially the case in Colorado, but
oh yeah.
Still, what do we? I just think this is we have gone from, I made this comment the other day, we have gone from, like, remember when all of the minor league teams were having competitions who could come up with the more ridiculous nickname?
Yes.
Like the Trash Pandas, right? Like, and the Rumble Ponies and, like, all of this, the Yard Goats, right? Like, all these unbelievably bizarre nicknames. They have shifted from the nickname game to the food game. I cannot imagine that most of this stuff is edible. And,
Good
like,
take.
even some of the stuff that is like, man, it's a lot of calories. Like, even
And it's a lot of
for
money.
A fat guy, I'm like, too much.
I mean, it's something that
Yeah,
if you're gonna get it, you have to be in a big group, because otherwise you're just gonna take a couple of bites and then you're gonna end up throwing the thing away, and you've wasted $40 or whatever the hell you're spending on this.
Yeah, I don't like it. Like, we're going. My wife's got a company outing. We got friends in from out of town, and we actually have tickets in the all-you-can-eat seats at Chase Field tonight. And it's going to be wasted on me because, believe it or not, like, I might have a hot dog. I don't know. Now the kids are going to probably eat until they puke, but like, that's their kids. They're supposed to do that. That's like, if you're not going to an all-you-can-eat baseball game without having carnival stomach, if you're under the age of 10, you have failed, right? Like, you have failed society if you've done that. But it just is like, what's the appeal? Like, what's the appeal of eating a bucket of nachos when, like, you're going to have to sit there with nacho cheese all over everything for 2.5 hours? Like, even if you go to the bathroom, like, the nacho cheese is going to get under your fingernails in a way that it's not easy to clean at the ballpark.
Amen to that. All right, well, have fun at the ballpark tonight. It should be a lot of fun.
Hey, thanks.
Bye,
Mike. Mike
tell me.
Ferrin.
Oh,
Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Radio.
Oh,
Look at that.
okay.
The phone made it.
It did.
I was a little worried when Nick brought it up, and all I could hear was like, oh my God, it sounds like he's in a hurricane.
Honestly, it was working too good. We could hear the wind too well.
Mhm.
The AC apparently.
So Nick, if you're going to a Rockies game, you can order the Rocky Rock guy.
I have already committed myself to getting this if we make it out there this season.
Freak.
Looks good.
No, it does not look good.
It
I like
doesn't
pizza.
really
It's
look-
just pizza.
It's not just pizza.
Yeah, but it's on a donut.
It's just pizza.
It is not just pizza.
Yeah, who knows? All right. We will be back. We've got more coming up, including, let's see, Michael Bruntz will be joining us here at the bottom of the hour to get a little bit of a preview of Creighton, Nebraska round 1.
Nice.
So stay right there. We're coming back in just a moment on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Bluejays are on the field taking BP. The Huskers haven't arrived yet, but they will be here within the hour, I would assume. This program, among others. I'm stalling here because this internet's working really slow today for some reason.
What are you stalling for?
Well, I'm stalling to tell you about all the great things that you can do, like our Zone online contests.
Oh,
you can go to 1620thezone.com to win tickets to see Journey in Lincoln. They're going to be here in like 2 weeks.
Don't stop.
Joe Coy. What is Joe Coy, Nick?
He's a comedian.
Was he funny?
Oh, okay. He's going to be at the Hollins Center on April 17th.
Awesome.
Nice.
The Memorial Stadium. You know, the reason why they had to move the spring game up. Zach Bryan concert. You can win tickets to see that. And George Thorogood on May 17th. So go to 1620thezone.com and find out more about all the cool things that you can win.
Lovely.
Lance writes into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. We was talking to Ferrin about ABS. Lance says, I am confused. If every pitch is being monitored by ABS, then why doesn't it make every call and the umpire just repeat what it calls? Wouldn't that make every pitch 100% correct? Lance, yes, it would. And that was tested in the minor leagues, just as the current system that we have now, the challenge system, was tested. And it was determined that folks still wanted the human element in the game and the strategy of the challenge versus just having 100% robo-umps. And personally, I was for this. I like the idea that, you know, we have the challenge system. It adds an element to the game because the game is played by humans. If you think about it, this would be the first of its kind in any sport to have totally automated adjudication systems, right? This is like Skynet taking over. We didn't want Skynet taking over and taking a human element out of the game. So while, yes, you're correct, a 100% ABS system where the umpire just wears an earpiece and relays what was called, certainly, and it was tested, but I still think you want a human element in the game. And if you've watched any of the early games so far, I mean, it goes fast. I mean, the challenge happens, and within 10 seconds or less,
we're moving on.
They're showing
Less
it on
than
the
a
big
Patino.
screen in the stadium, and they're showing it on the graphic on television. It's instantaneous, and then play resumes, and it's added another element to the game, but it still keeps the human element in. So personally, I think it was a great move.
Plus, I think we're in a soft launch of the robots taking over fully. Like, I think at a certain point in time, it will be adjudicated by ABS. Like,
I hope
wholeheartedly.
I hope not.
I hope not.
Because I was anti-robo-umps. This is a great compromise. I love this new ABS system. The only other sport I can think of that does kind of full adjudication would be pro volleyball. But even then,
it's only challenge-based, though.
No, I'm talking about with the out of bounds on the court. They have cameras set up so you can see precisely if it was out of bounds or not, but they don't have it for the nets. The nets is still that human element.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
I think it's cool.
I think it's awesome. It's now made me watch games like the one tonight, and you're like, wow.
Where is it?
Wonder if we're going to have ABS. I mean, if you think about it, it's a lot further away in the college game
because they just need more. They need more stuff there. You know, you have fewer cameras, especially the lower level of baseball you're going to go to in college.
Yeah,
you're just going to have less equipment.
It would be something where if it was ever brought into college baseball, it would probably start in the SEC. Where,
definitely,
you know,
your favorite conference.
They care more about the sport.
Finally be exposed.
They spend more money on the sport than anybody else. You know, so.
Yeah, they have the infrastructure down there,
or they would have more access to it. But I don't think that's going to end up coming to the college game.
You don't think
Not
so?
anytime soon. Not for a long time.
Put it on the long-term list. 2050.
Okay, I'll have it on the list. 2050, Nick says.
It'll be before 2050.
By the way, tennis. People are saying tennis as well.
Tennis, they do use they use the same technology for line calls.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I am perfectly fine with what they're doing in the major leagues. I think it's working great. And again, it adds an element of strategy to the game, you know, because listen, the game's played by humans. It's coached by humans. It's officiated by humans. There has to be a human element. And who would we complain to? You're not going to complain to ABS, because if you complain to ABS, it'll probably nuke you.
It might. You know who I would complain to?
Michael Bruntz.
The very
nice.
He will join us next as we preview Nebraska and Creighton tonight in round 1 of the I-80 rivalry from here at Charles Schwab Field on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Here's a story of a man named Bruntz who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruntz called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
On Creighton, Nebraska, round 1 game day. Bruntzy, how are things?
Bruntzy?
Uh-oh.
Hey, there you are.
Hey, what's going on,
man.
Bruntz?
Oh, wow, that was close.
You guys, it happens every once in a while where it just goes dark after the music starts, and you never know if it's going to come back. And it thankfully came back.
Thank God.
Well, thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Yes.
Bruntzy, I will tell you right now, the wind, she's blowing out today towards center and right, which could make this ballpark play much differently than we're used to seeing. So I would tend to think with Nebraska and its offense, the way it slugs, it's certainly more home run laden than the Creighton's lineup is, that the weather would seem to favor Nebraska tonight, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'll be curious to see what lineup Nebraska trots out there. They've kind of been mixing and matching a little bit. If it's blown out to right, might see a lefty or two in there, I guess. Maybe take advantage of that. But yeah, that's not actually you don't get that weather very often in this series. That'll be kind of fun, maybe.
Bruntz, is this the best Nebraska baseball team going into April in, I don't know, 10 years more, like since the Big Ten, since they joined the league? Like, how good are we talking about this team over the last 15 years at this moment in the season?
Yeah, they were, 2024, they were close record-wise to that. But, beyond that, you got to go back to, like, the Big 12 era to get records that were similar to that. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is a fairly balanced team, which, I think that's something that maybe, we haven't seen a lot of during the Big Ten era. It feels like when Nebraska is good, they've either kind of leaned more on the pitching or more on the hitting. But I think they're top 50 in hitting, pitching, and fielding right now. And you just kind of look at the lineup, and they're able to kind of mix and match a little bit. You've got guys the guys that you were expecting to be dudes have been hitting the ball pretty well so far. And then I think it's a truism in college baseball. If you can find somebody that can nail down a midweek role, and you've got 3 guys on the weekend rotation, you're sitting pretty good. And I think that's at least what Nebraska appears to have right now. So they're a pretty good team, and they're a confident team too.
And you mentioned that 2024 team, and while they obviously were in the NCAA tournament, won the Big Ten tournament championship, this team certainly at this point in the season has a much better resume. I mean, you got to win against Florida State, you got to win against Auburn. They played some better competition, and at times have looked kind of dominant in some of these games and put up a lot of runs as well.
Yeah, I think the thing that you can maybe take from the season so far is, I think it's been impressive the way that they've kind of won games in different ways. They've certainly, gone out and slugged and, just put runs up on teams. They've had to come back and against Maine, walk them off a couple times, and had to do it against Michigan State too. Even the series against Auburn, they came back in that one too. So, I think that's the benefit sometimes of being an older team, is you can kind of, settle into whatever the game's given you and figure out ways to win. And they've been able to do that this year. So, it's resume wise, you mentioned the kind of change, I guess, an approach where, you kind of had the Summit League teams all right at the beginning of the schedule, which I think was pretty smart. And then, basically the midweeks the rest of the way, it's Creighton, it's Kansas State, and it's Kansas. And those, are going to be games that are going to help you RPI-wise if you're able to do them. I mean, that win they had last week at K-State, I mean, that was a pretty big one on the road in terms of, kind of keeping things rolling.
Bruntz, going to football. If I'm trying to think of what, John?
Football.
What? I got a football question for Bruntz. The spring game happened, Bruntz, on Saturday.
It did. I was there.
You were there. RT was there. So here's my question for you. I'm trying to think of, when you think of the ultimate spring game warrior, who, and we don't have to go deep. I just want to get a name. Who's a name that you would present to me? Like Travis Washington, Jamal Turner?
The ultimate spring story. Breon Carnes.
Breon Carnes.
Up there, right?
Okay, perfect. So on one end of the scale is Breon Carnes. On the other end of the scale, it's just he is actually the starter. Where does Jamal Rule fall on his performance on Saturday and what it means for the fall?
I would say further away from Breon Carnes. I think that's safe to say. I mean, I could see a world where he's a rotational back, and he's in there. I think just looking at seeing him at the bowl site in Las Vegas, he was there for bowl practices, and then looking at him on Saturday, pregame and kind of seeing how he's grown in that short amount of time. I mean, he looks like a completely different player with the amount of weight that he's put on. And talking to some of his teammates, unprompted, were bringing up just the way that he kind of runs. He runs angry and is not afraid of running behind his pad. And, I think that's a good sign for a freshman back. I think that, he's going to have a pretty long off season here to add more weight, work on the speed. So I think he's more than just a spring story. I mean, he's not of the Washington Carnes ilk. So I think he's going to be a rotational piece. I mean, I think, Dana Holgerson brought him up unprompted a couple weeks ago. And I mean, I didn't see anything on Saturday in that scrimmage that led me to believe that they were just kind of blowing hot air about how good he's been.
Other side of the ball, Bruntz, there's been so much chatter about the defensive line going back to last season. Running game was, obviously very strong on Saturday. It wasn't even just Jamal Rule and his rushing yards. Where is it an alarm right now with that group, or is this one of those moments where you're saying, look, it is the spring game, I'm still going to chill out a little bit? I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how much baggage are we taking from last year into the current moment in time with the defensive line and the run defense in general?
That's a fair question. I mean, I go back to what Corey Brown said during his time at the podium this spring. And, my takeaway from that was that, this was going to take some time to come together. And it's a new defense. I think they're being taught differently than what they were a year ago. The techniques are different. And I think it was going to take it's going to take time for that to kind of sink in a bit. I think Nebraska's trying to figure out who can help them, what that potential rotation looks like. And, the other thing that, I at least was noteworthy to me in the red-white game the other day was that, the full group of linebackers wasn't there. Foster wasn't playing. I think he's going to be a big piece of that mix with Chambliss and Shavers. And, as far as the front goes, though, I mean, I think that's just going to be kind of TBD on what that's going to look like. And I think that's okay. I mean, I think when you have new coaches handling that group, you've got a new system. I don't know that it was going to be sharp right out of the gates, but I do think that, based on what I was told, that there was a little bit more back and forth between the offense and defense than maybe what we saw on Saturday. But, the other piece of that too, I mean, I think you have to give some credit to Nebraska's offensive line. I mean, it's a a bigger group. It's I believe a more physical group, and I'm eager to kind of see what they can do with different run looks that they give teams, because I think is it a strength? I don't know, but I think it has a potential to grow into that just based on the guys that they've got up front.
Going back to baseball, tonight's starter for Nebraska is Gavin Blachowicz, who, was in the weekend rotation, didn't pitch last weekend against Indiana. Is the goal to get him back as the midweek starter, or what's the mindset behind sliding him into tonight's start? And how many innings do you think he goes tonight?
Yeah, he hasn't pitched in 9 days, I don't think. And back to the opening weekend, the idea was that Katsky was going to start Sunday, and then Blachowicz was going to start Monday, and then as you got into three-game series on the weekends, then Blachowicz would kind of naturally transition into that midweek guy. And Katsky was a little bit limited the first couple weekends. He didn't make his first start, and Blachowicz, to his credit, I mean, he could easily be the Sunday guy right now, based on how good his numbers have been. And, I think they kind of reset things and went back to the way that they kind of wanted it to be initially. When Will talked about it last week, he said, I can't imagine a season where we go and try to win the Big Ten and you're only using Katsky on midday or, midweeks and, maybe an inning or two on the weekend. So, the hope is that Blachowicz just takes over Tuesdays. He's strong against K-State, Creighton, and Kansas. And, those are really valuable games for Nebraska resume-wise. And, I think tonight, I could see him going, easily 60, 70 pitches, maybe deeper based on how things go. I mean, he's had a couple 100-pitch outings this year as well. So if he's able to, keep it in the park and be efficient, I could see him being in there for a while, which sets up a kind of interesting over-under if you want to set it here.
I was just going to say, Bruntz, it's time, the first one of the year. What is that number looking like?
Well, John, you'd feel better than I would, but it seems like Creighton's been maybe not as pitching change happy on midweeks as maybe they've been in the past. Is that fair to say?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, tonight's starter, Ian Kuzman, famously threw 3 innings in each of the 2 games last year. I mean, we haven't been in that real heavy pitcher, change zone for a few years now. So I'm tending to set that number lower. Do I dare consider a number like 9.5?
Whoa.
That's fair. Blachowicz is basically the factor in all this, because if he goes deep in the game or gets deep depth in the game, I could see it being under 9. Nebraska, I think, used 8 or 9 pitchers last week against K-State. So this is a scary one for the sports book there in Irvington, but I think 9.5 is probably a fair number just to kind of see where things fall tonight.
You know what? I'll tell you what. Let's bump it up to 10.5, only because the wind is blowing out. I've noticed the ball has been flying out to both left and right field in batting practice so far. So I'll go 10. Right. Let's go 10.5 just to be safe.
Okay. All right. I'm down with that. 10.5.
All right.
Good
all
number.
right. 10.5, but I'm taking the under.
That's probably the prudent bet here, I think.
All right. Bruntzy, well, you're coming to the ballpark, right?
I'm headed there now, yeah.
Awesome. We'll see you here, and drive safe, and we'll talk to you later.
Bye, Bruntz.
All right. Yeah, see you guys.
Michael Bruntz of Husker247.com.
Wow. Never seen a number that low. Never thought we'd see the day with a number that low.
Well, all right, let's go back to last year. Now, last year, Nebraska was the team that used all the pitchers. In the 3 games, wow, maybe that 10.5 is a little low.
You idiot. The over is always the play.
Creighton, let's see, that's 5. So 14 the last time they played. Let's see, 12 and, 14. So, yeah, I think we're
Gonna be regretting it.
I'm not sure. We'll see. Depends on how those starters go. I mean, maybe. And well, here's the other part of it too. Creighton's got to turn around. They leave early tomorrow to head to UConn because they're playing their series early. They're playing Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
People forget about Easter
because of Easter, and Nebraska is not doing that. Nebraska's playing Penn State. So they're not starting until Friday. So Creighton's traveling early. Creighton may end up using more pitchers. Yeah, I may have to bump that number up again. That's too late. We've set the line. So guess we're going to take our bath.
I was going to say, yeah, it's not like Vegas can say, no, we didn't mean to put them at 3.5. It should have been 20.5. Or you can't do that. Can't do that.
We shall see. Yep. All right. More to come, including some stuff on Nebraska football, including an update on our poll question. Nebraska has lost an ally, or at least it sounds like they've lost an ally.
Oh, wow.
And have we forgotten about Adrian? I'll explain all of those things as we look into some of the impact transfers around the Big Ten. Coming up on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. This week's half-off deal is a once-in-a-lifetime fishing trip to Ballard's Black Island on Ontario's Lake of the Woods. The trip can accommodate up to 6 people. It's in May 21st through 25th. It's 4 nights cabin lodging, 3 days guided tour. Rods, reels, bait, tackle are included. So too is fish cleaning, meals, and non-alcoholic drinks. You can get this package for more than half off, but it's only one. So
Just
if you and the guys want to go out and have a great time on Ontario's Lake of the Woods, go to 1620thezone.com and you'll save a ton of money on that trip. A ton of money. Quick update on our poll question, the Husker expectation poll. This is phase 2 of our polling that we do each and every year, 4 phases. This is the post-spring phase. Right now, the 6-6, 7-5 voters are at 48.1%. The number is going up. The 8-4 crowd, 6.4%.
Wow.
The number is going up.
Wow. Positivity sweeping Husker Nation.
That means the positivity index is at 54.5%. So that's even more than it was yesterday when we checked on this. The 4-8 or 5-7 crowd is at 41%. 3-9 or worse, 4.7%. Go vote now. The Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. We've been retweeting it. We'll keep retweeting it. Poll is open through this weekend. Encourage your friends. Go out there. Tell us what you think Nebraska's regular season mark is going to be. There is a frequent commenter who joins us on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Usually he joins my feed because he likes to argue with me.
Oh, is this Doug?
This is Doug. But
yeah.
I want to read this because
from Doug?
Because Doug has, I mean, in the past, we've had some round-arounds. You know, famously, he tried to tell me that Scott Frost was a much better coach than Matt Campbell.
Yikes. Wait, when did he say that? Like in 2018? Or was this like
this was like second or it was like 2019 or 2020.
Okay, that's stupid.
But anyway, but I would classify Doug as he is a guy that will look for all the positives. He is not one to lean into the negative narrative.
Real quick, by the way, this is not bad takes, Doug. Though
No,
Charles
no.
just said bad
No,
takes.
no.
He
This is
has
not bad
bad
takes.
takes, but he's not bad takes, Doug.
No, this is a different Doug.
Yeah.
But again, I would classify him as someone who will defend the program much more often than not.
Sure.
Here's how he responded.
To what?
He said to the poll question.
Okay.
So he added a comment into the poll question.
Okay.
Roster isn't good.
Whoa.
D-line is tiny again in a league where you can't be. Nebraska fans are some of the smartest in the country. Making your O-line bigger through the portal than doing what they did on the D-line is the definition of discombobulation from a roster standpoint. He was not happy with how Nebraska handled the D-line recruiting and or transfer portal. So I would classify that as a negative.
I would say so.
He didn't say how he voted, but I'm guessing he was.
I have a guess.
He was probably voting in the lower categories.
Sure. Certainly around the 500 record.
I thought that was interesting. I mean, that's the kind of responses we're getting.
When you've lost Doug.
When you've lost Doug.
Yeah.
You have lost the battle.
Yeah.
But there's quite a few that are like that. And Sip wrote about that today in his column. And we'll talk to Sip a little bit later on. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? So he wrote in his latest communique for Husker Online about the conversations around the running back room and how a lot of critics were like, why didn't you go out and get somebody in the transfer portal? You lost a great running back. You're just returning some guys. Oh, and you're bringing in this freshman guy. What are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
You should bring in more experienced running back, a better running back.
I still think that, by the way.
And Sip, was leaning into the, Jamal Rule having a big game. He's been one even before Jamal Rule, what we saw on Saturday, who thought that, they could do just fine with the running backs that they have coming back. Here is what Trey Taylor, Nebraska's future quarterback, had to write. You might know him from such hits as he's going to be playing at Millard South this year.
But living in Lincoln.
Mm-hmm. He writes, and he was quote tweeting Sipple's tweet of his column. LOL, laugh while crying emoji. This is not directed at Mr. Sipple. But the staff told everyone early the running back room was in a great place. I keep hearing how Coach EJ Barthel, is not a developer and doesn't know what he is doing. That Coach Corey, not a good strength coach. But man, did my look strong. Go Big Red. Have a great rest of your week. So he is defending the program from afar.
Mm-hmm. No, he's defending the program. I don't think he's defending
the program.
I don't think he's defending us. I don't think he's going to be defending us.
I like to think he was, though.
He definitely is not. Fight writes, Mr. Sipple cracks me up. Yeah, that made me laugh too, Dave. That made me laugh too. You said it earlier. Trey Taylor is very online.
He is.
I mean, like, this is some deep, like, you got to be online to know. I heard Coach EJ is not a developer and doesn't know what he's doing. Mm-hmm. Coach Corey is not a good strength coach. Like, Corey Campbell's strength coach conversations, I rarely hear those. So you really got to be in the weeds.
We haven't really talked about it much. It doesn't get talked about too much on the air. But yes, if you live in the internet world or the message board world, there's a little bit more of that conversation happening than it is out here in the general.
Yeah, I will disagree with Mr. Taylor. I just don't know how you can look at the running back room right now and say that it's in a great place. John, would you say the running back room was in a great place last year? The running back room? No. The running back was in a great place. But was the room in a great place?
No.
So, like,
absolutely not.
Is there a world where, like, a best case scenario is that that one of the guys, and let's say it's Jamal Rule. Let's say Jamal Rule is everything that he is being talked about right now. He is going to be able to be a big-time contributor as a true freshman because of all the positions on the football field. I think we would agree still in 2026 and beyond, running back is the one, right, where that does seem possible. If you can protect the quarterback, if you can protect the passer and pass block well, and you can do the other running back things, then this is a spot that you can get on the field very, very quickly, right? So let's say that happens. Wouldn't you say that they're still in a similar spot to what they were last year? Because, like, here's why I just don't buy it. If the running back room was in such a great spot last year, why didn't we ever see anybody else? And I know they had an All-American. They did. I thought Emmett Johnson was awesome. But if the running back room was that good, wouldn't they have gotten some reps too? And I'm going to put words in their mouth, I guess, a little bit here. If the drop-off wasn't that large, maybe you get 80% of Emmett Johnson and you spell him for a couple of times. Like, the biggest positive about EJ last year, beyond his just ability, was he was super durable. And then I thought he was better in November than he was in September, which is, honestly, shout out to him for that.
Honestly, it's one of even though the season definitely was a disappointment based on what the expectations were, it would have been a lot worse.
Oh my gosh.
A lot worse if Emmett was not as durable as he was.
Mm-hmm.
If you would have told me prior to last season, hey, Emmett's going to, carry the load this many times. I don't remember the exact number, but it was a lot. He was going to basically be the guy. He would get spelled very infrequently.
251 carries.
I would have said, "Oh, wow, they're winning only 6 games." Or maybe even worse.
The second running back, John, was Mekhi Nelson with 27. So, I mean, you're talking about a guy who had like a 10th of the carries that Emmett Johnson had. TJ Lateef actually had the second most rushes last year, and he didn't start until the end of the season.
Listen, I get that Emmett was so good at times you just could not take him off the field, but that's not the way the position's been coached. That's not the way Barthel has been coaching this position. Remember, one of the big criticisms I had early on was, he never lets anyone get a rhythm. It's like 2 plays out, 2 plays out, 2 plays out. Completely reverse course because they had to lean with Emmett. And again, Emmett was really good. I get all that.
Yeah.
But if that running back room had been as good as they're talking about it today, he wouldn't have had to carry the ball as many times because they would have allowed another series or two from one of the backups, but it never materialized. So then the question becomes, well, were they able to turn the corner that much in the off season? Did the bowl practice, because remember, they did get the bowl practices of which Emmett was not involved. So all of the backups, the Moseys, the Mekhi Nelsons, they got all the reps in the pre-bowl practice. So they've really had, in a sense, 2 spring footballs, right? Because the bowl practices, you almost have as many practices there as you do for a spring game. So they had that. Then they've had this spring game. Then they've introduced Jamal Rule. Do you believe that the running back room, which was not good from a backup standpoint last season, was able to make enough of a jump from the bowl practice season through the spring to where we are today?
I just don't think
that's the question.
Yeah, and I don't think so. By the way, what do you think about this from KD? Is it not really weird to have a recruit acting like this?
Not anymore.
Feels a little mouthpiecey.
Well, it does, but
I think what you said, John, I think you hit on it. Not anymore. I wish he would log off, but that's just not how we as a society are
Just
anymore.
touch some grass.
Which he does, Nick. He plays football.
Oh.
Well, he'll touch plenty of grass in Millard, or turf. He'll touch plenty of it in Millard.
Yeah.
I
don't. So here's
this is what they're going to do, and part of his thing, part of his gimmick, his gig is to be a
voice of the program,
voice of the program, all in. He's kind of following in the footsteps, dare I say it, of Dylan Raiola. Now Dylan wasn't like this online, where he was active in that sense. But in terms of wanting to be a face of the program, wanting to come out and talk up good things and say good things about the program, he's kind of following in that path. And I think more and more you're seeing more people do this.
Yeah, I don't
personally, I'm not comfortable with it because it can set you up for negativity. But
yeah, I don't like it. But I don't also like I don't like fans talking to players online too. Like you're 30 and you're tweeting at a 17-year-old. Like I think all that stuff's creepy. I wish he wouldn't do it. He is not the type of person. Fight says that Trey absolutely has a message board burner account. That certainly would not surprise me. Again, he's in the weeds on some of these topics that are going on right now. To go back to the original prompt, and that is the running back room. I would say this. They ended up betting pretty big last year on Emmett Johnson, and it worked out well. I guess the one reason, John, that I am not willing to give like Barthel the flowers for all of this is I go back and I look at Emmett Johnson's production with him as his running backs coach, and there is this really fascinating moment when everything suddenly changed. Did E.J. Barthel see the light? Did Matt Rule see the light? Perhaps. I tend to look at it and say, wow, that's fascinating. That's when Dana Holgorsen became the play caller. Seriously, go look at his game log, and you will notice a sudden uptick at the end of 2024. What changed? Yeah. What changed? Literally, it was Holgorsen arriving. And after that, he averaged 20 and a half touches per game for the rest of 2024. And then we know what he did in 2025. Am I willing to give Barthel or Rule credit? I'm willing to give Holgorsen a little credit for seemingly recognizing something there. Are these backs able to take a step forward? Sure, of course. Emmett Johnson did. As bullish as I was on EJ last year, I was not 1,500 yards rushing or 1,800 yards from scrimmage bullish. I wasn't all-American. I think it'd be good. I didn't think it'd be great.
This year is going to tell us of the true value of EJ Barthel. Because now it's like, okay, these are all the guys, and you don't have anyone that's coming back with any significant experience. And they have, and they leaned in on we don't need, to take a transfer running back, or maybe they just didn't have the money to take a transfer running back. We don't really know how that whole process worked out. But this year is going to tell us a hell of a lot more about the Barthel running back room than last year did. Because last year it wasn't a running back room. It was a running back.
Yeah, for sure.
And your point about Holgorsen is very valid. The reason why he saw more playing time was after Dana Holgorsen started calling the plays and said, 21 needs to be playing more.
Yeah, he did.
Meantime, ESPN did a ranking, well, not a ranking, but they identified a key transfer for every team in the Big Ten Conference. Naturally, the Calandria pick was the one for Nebraska. And I just wanted to read a little bit of what was said about Anthony Calandria in terms of his importance to Nebraska. Of course, the why, ESPN writes, Calandria is the kind of reset Nebraska needed at quarterback after the Dylan Raiola era. Calandria arrived as a proven, confident playmaker without baggage. He was one of the most experienced signal callers in the portal. Goes through some of the stats. A true dual threat who is fearless. He brings the off-schedule creativity and confidence that Matt Rule's program can rely on as Nebraska tries to grind back to college football relevance. Then there's a second paragraph, what to expect. So what should we expect from Calandria? Here's what was written by ESPN.
Interceptions.
A far more quarterback-centric offense and different vibe at the position. Calandria has 1,100 career rushing yards, 12 rushing touchdowns, is built to be a designated runner in Dana Holgerson's scheme while also punishing defenses with RPOs and second reaction plays. His style has always flirted with risk, but his decision-making was better at UNLV. Nebraska will live with some of the volatility in exchange for real explosiveness. Expect him to be the clear front runner to start, drive tempo, and give the Huskers the kind of dynamic quarterback play they haven't consistently had since joining the Big Ten. That's the sentence I wanted to focus on. Give the Huskers the kind of dynamic quarterback play they haven't consistently had since joining the Big Ten. Have we forgotten about Adrian Martinez? Forget about the wins and losses. You can look at the stats and say you got some dynamic quarterback play there. I'm a little hesitant to go all in and say, oh man, this is the most dynamic quarterback Nebraska is going to see in the Big Ten era. Adrian Martinez put up some pretty good numbers and was a hell of a lot more of a center in that offense than any other quarterback we've seen in a while. Yeah, because he had to run it a lot more too.
Yeah, I would wonder, what type of Adrian are we talking about? Are we talking about freshman year Adrian? Because I think that sadly was when he was at his most dynamic, when he was slinging the ball around the yard, when he ran for 8 touchdowns that year. Or are we talking about, now he did rush for 13 his final year at Nebraska, but it wasn't as efficient running. He was sacked more. He wasn't as explosive. He wasn't as fast. His completion percentage had dropped. Would you sign? I don't know if this is even where you were wanting to go with this. Would you sign up for Adrian Martinez freshman year level production with Calandria? 25 total touchdowns, 8 picks. I don't have his fumble numbers in front of me right now, but I'm guessing his turnover numbers were probably close to about 15.
Honestly, that might be the kind of level you get this year. Honestly, you're talking 2,600 yards, passing. Now, the offense, as has been said, it's not going to run through Adrian in terms of the running game.
You mean Calandria?
Or Calandria, I'm sorry.
Yes, where it very much did. It very much did run through Adrian Martinez.
Yeah, if Calandria is running it 140 times, then something weird has happened. Either he is scrambling for his life a lot, or Dana Holgerson decided to go all in and say, yep, we're running our quarterback.
He did rush 127 times last year. Now, that was also with a conference championship game in the mix as well. So that's 2 more games than Adrian played, or probably 3
that was
more.
140 times in 11 games.
Yeah, that was a lot. He had 128 carries.
So what's the carries per game on that? Because the carries,
for what, Adrian?
No, for Calandria, because I got Adrian's numbers in front of me.
Let's see. Let me go back real fast.
For Adrian, he averaged 12.7 carries per game.
It was
rushing carries per game.
It was 9.1.
Yeah,
that'd be quite the uptick.
Yeah, it would.
Quite the uptick. By the way, the year before, let me do the math real fast. It was 12 games. He did average about 10.1 carries per game the year before that when he was at Virginia still.
Now, remember, of course, in the NCAA, they count sacks as carries.
Correct.
But still, Adrian was consistent. He averaged 12.6 carries per game over the course of all of his years. So I'm even going to count Kansas State as well.
Mm-hmm.
But it was basically right in that range, 12.5 to 13 was where Adrian sat in terms of carries. I don't think you're going to see that many from Calandria.
Yeah. I would be very surprised. Well, I guess just to argue for one moment, the running back discussion we just had, unless that is not anywhere near what they're expecting and they feel like they have to rely on him some more. But if that happens, then it's a whole host of other issues. And yeah, maybe you're right. Like, I don't know what to do with how he played on Saturday because, again, it's a spring game. There's no live action in terms of taking him to the ground. You know, there were times where it's like he put his head down a little faster and was ready to start running. I can't imagine that that's how he approaches everything, you know, in 5 months when the season begins. But that's going to be the other thing about him, too. How likely is he to run? How likely is he to put the ball, you know, under his arm and run rather than try to make a play downfield? Don't know the answer to that, obviously.
Yeah. I would disagree with the assertion that Nebraska hasn't seen dynamic quarterback play in the Big Ten. I thought Adrian would be in that category.
Yes.
Again, it's not about wins and losses. Forget about the wins and losses. I'm just talking about, you know, what the quarterback is asked to do, the athleticism at the position. Adrian, for all of his faults,
dynamic,
pretty good.
Yeah,
was pretty good.
Certainly.
Was pretty dynamic and pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, we got a slice of college baseball.
Baseball.
We have a super hot take market. I didn't even mention the super hot take market today. I've got a couple of things about the NFL, including a decision they made today that could be very interesting, especially if the referees go on strike. And Steve Sipple will join us, we think.
Fingers crossed.
On the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
It's time to enjoy a nice hot slice of college baseball.
Top of the order now. Fowler stings this one to the gap, and it is in the left field. It's a winner for the Crimson Tide. Their first walk-off hit of the season. And it's a 3-2 win for the Crimson Tide. Fittingly, Bryce Fowler, who is excellent with the glove, is now excellent with the bat to win it for Alabama.
College baseball.
Need a disclaimer here. This is the segment that Nick hosts. The opinions that you will hear in this segment do not reflect those of the rest of us at Usher Media Group, the proud home of the radio broadcast of the College World Series, because we know many Southern schools from the SEC will be here, and we are welcoming all of them despite all of Nick's comments to the contrary. Go ahead, Nick.
So you don't agree or endorse anything I say here?
No, I'm not endorsing it.
Didn't
I'm
say
letting
that.
you just go and just do your thing, and good luck.
Take it away, Nick.
Today's slice is an apology.
Oh.
Whoa.
I didn't do my due diligence last week, and the only excuse I have is that I'm a total idiot.
You can't
I'm
even
an
say
idiot.
idiot.
I can't say it.
You can't even say idiot.
As you know, last week I talked about that insane 9-inning complete game no-hitter from an Alabama pitcher.
From Nebraska.
That pitcher, Tyler Fay.
Yeah.
Fay, yeah.
Well, my first apology is that I got his name wrong. I think I called him Jack. I don't know why I did that.
What on earth?
I Ron Burgundied my script, and I think somebody might have said the word Jack while I was typing it, and then I just typed Jack instead of Tyler. I don't know. I'm just dumb. So I am sorry, because what he achieved a couple of weekends ago was incredible, and that needs to be properly attributed.
Sure.
My second apology, and this one I am extremely embarrassed about. I was staying up at night for this. Like, I was punching the air. I was mad.
You're punching the air?
Tyler Fay is from Doniphan, Nebraska, and graduated from Grand Island Senior High School.
Yeah. Ooh, Doniphan and Grand Island, new members of our listening audience.
Oh, shout out.
And the fact that I didn't do my proper due diligence to dive into that and talk about that for something as historic as this to our new friends of the program in our new listening area, I'm deeply embarrassed and I'm sorry. So to our friends in Grand Island and the Fays, if you heard me last week totally butcher everything about Tyler, I'm deeply sorry, and I hope that me being dumb hasn't turned you away from listening to our fine 1620 The Zone radio network. But also, while we're here, I do want to wrap this up with some fun facts about Tyler Fay so far this season, because he deserves a highlight.
Real quick, you just said you're sorry for butchering him?
No, I'm sorry for butchering all the information.
Oh, okay. I was worried that you also murdered him.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
No.
that's chapter 2 of Josh's manifesto.
Nick
Never
was the one who did it.
apologize. Never apologize for a murder.
I learned it
apologize
from
all the
watching
time.
you, Dad. As a redshirt junior at Alabama, Fay is a 6'5" right-handed pitcher, and he's the Crimson Tide's Friday night starter. That's pretty good.
Sure.
He's a general business major. That's cool. And he's been playing for the Tide since 2024. He was also the winning pitcher in that highlight that I played at the top, pitching for 5 innings with 5 strikeouts, and he now has an overall record of 5-2. Baseball.
Tony says Doniphan is closer to Hastings than GI. Wow, you need another apology.
I didn't say that.
Oh,
I just know that he was from Doniphan and he graduated from GI.
Okay, I just read the
Doniphan's just kind of halfway
reading the
between
text.
Grand
Just reading the
Island and
text.
GI. I mean, it's right there. Doniphan,
So wait.
Doniphan, hello, Doniphan. Welcome to the
He got
audience.
2 straight slices because of your screw up?
Yes.
Interesting.
But the second slice was more of an apology to his family and friends. I'm sorry, the Fays and their family and friends.
Okay.
Well,
He's very good.
I feel better about that.
Awesome.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Tommy Tuberville, he's got a bill.
Yeah.
It's going to save college sports.
Wait, when did we first put this on the rundown? Was that last
I
week?
think it was
Last
yesterday.
week.
Oh, was it last week?
Yeah,
I
I
don't
was
know
going
when
to
it
say
was.
that's
He says this bill is very simple. It's a very
bet.
simple bill. Simple bill from a simple man.
I'm just a simple Bill.
5 years to play 5 seasons with one transfer, one free transfer. If you transfer more than once, you have to sit out a year.
Do you like it? Thumbs up or thumbs down?
I mean, this isn't going
thumbs up or thumbs down?
Well, it's thumbs down because it's not going to. I mean, it.
I thought you were about to name like a bunch of things, so we were going to go thumbs up and thumbs down. Oh, that's just his only idea.
This is the simple. He said it's a simple bill. 5 years to play 5 seasons, one free transfer. Any other transfer means you sit out a year.
I mean, this would solve some problems. I don't think it would solve like all of them, though.
It wouldn't. I mean,
it solves some problems. If a player couldn't leave, if players couldn't go to 4 different schools in 4 different years.
Actually, it would probably create more problems because I'm guessing this would probably be challenged immediately in court by a player who says, wait a minute, you've given us this free reign to go wherever we want.
Well, if they're making it a bill, though, right? They're codifying it into the Constitution.
Right, but then
a new amendment.
No,
You're not allowed to transfer without redshirting.
The only way
the
only way you can skip the courts is if you make it a constitutional amendment.
Isn't he trying to do something?
No, this is a bill. This is a bill.
Okay.
This must be a law, and laws can be challenged constitutionally.
Okay.
And I'm guessing that would probably happen.
Just get the Supreme Court on the case, Tom.
Yeah.
Charles says, I don't think this bill is going to last long. Nick, search in the segue. Search last long. We might have Tommy Tuberville saying, let's see. We might have this. This is from the Schick and Nick days. If it has somehow lasted. Oh, sad it hasn't. All right. Well, that was a good reference, Charles. Good job by you.
I still miss the.
I don't think this conference is going to last long.
Remember his brother who had the rock band?
Bang in the Groove.
Bang in the Groove. Do we still have the Bang in the Groove drops? The Bang in the Groove drops. We had that for a while. That was pre Tommy Tuberville.
No, we don't have it.
We don't have Bang in the Groove anymore?
Bang in the Groove, John.
God dang it.
Yep. Jet fuels melted it. That's a bummer.
That sucks.
Bang in the Groove.
Well, coming up, we've got a super hot take market.
I have one that's going to piss people off.
I am going to take my shopping cart and go into the NFL section.
I got a college football one and a college basketball hot take. Also, I'm going to correct Nick on something he said yesterday inside of the college basketball hot take.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I'm also going to take my little basket and go over to the drug section, too.
John's finally going to say it. Meth should be legalized.
John, incredible.
Good job by you, John.
The person I'm going to be talking about probably wouldn't have a problem with that. We'll discuss in the super hot take market coming up next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. the super hot take market. First hot take. The NFL going to Australia for a regular season game is nonsense because they're doing it blindly. Why are they not doing this for a preseason game? To see, because this is the first time the NFL is going to be crossing the date line and traveling 18 hours from the body clock versus where they've been going to, mostly Europe. But why didn't they try this with a preseason game first to see how the team would react? And, of course, I'm responding to what Kyle Shanahan, 49er head coach, said earlier this week. Asked about the trip, he said, I don't see any pros to it. Pros meaning pros versus
money.
cons.
They get to make money in Australia.
It's cool for the league to play globally, but as far as the team doing it, no.
Over.
There's not much benefit to it.
Designated Hitler.
Money, though, isn't the answer to the question money?
Are they really making that much more money by going to Australia? Really?
I mean, the stadium will be full, so yeah.
What's the conversion rate?
The stadium will be full in Los Angeles or in San Francisco or in Brazil.
They'll make more money and they'll grow the game. Those are the goals.
Oh, they'll grow the game. Yeah, but they didn't test it first with a preseason game.
So what's the hot take?
The hot take is it's nonsense that they didn't test this with a preseason game.
You think
this
you'd
is
care
dumb.
if the Rams weren't involved?
I don't think they need to test it.
I was quoting Kyle Shanahan, wasn't even quoting my coach.
But who are the 49ers playing in this game?
They are playing the Rams, and it's still dumb. I don't like all of the. I think it is dumb to make a team go over there and then come back, and because we don't know how this is going to affect these teams in terms of their body clock.
Silver lining, John.
We don't need to play international games for international games' sake.
Silver lining, John. When the Rams start out 1-5, you can blame them being tired.
Rams ain't starting 1-5 because we're not a trash franchise like the Cowboys.
Cowboys didn't start 1-5. I don't even know what that record would be like these days. Hot take, I believe the spring game attendance is actually more about the current state of the program than that Nebraska basketball was in the Sweet 16.
Whoa.
If Nebraska basketball loses to Troy or Vanderbilt, do we really think the crowd was going to be that much bigger? No way in hell. The fan base is tired. The fan base is annoyed. John, I heard so many people say over the last few days, well, LSU didn't have very big attendance either. Since when does Nebraska Clemson? Since when does Nebraska look at other fan bases and say, yep, we're not as good anymore because they're not as good, so it's fine? Nebraska has always held themselves to a higher standard. This is a canary in a coal mine moment, and I am stunned that nobody is recognizing it for what it is. Everyone's just making excuses. There's basketball. It's not a big deal. Spring games have lost their luster. This place had 80,000 fans in the stadium like a decade ago. You don't think that some of this, or a large part, or maybe all of this, is because there is disinterest and not because of basketball? What do we think? The whole state was down in Houston? I was there. There were like 8,000 people. It wasn't even that many compared to Oklahoma City. It's bullcrap.
All right. The folks who continue to enable Tiger Woods will kill Tiger Woods.
This is a sad one.
This is a sad one.
Yeah.
But did you know that Tiger Woods had pain pills on him when he wrecked his car last week? Hydrocodone pills, which is part of the reason why he was impaired. Even though he didn't blow anything into the old breathalyzer, it wasn't alcohol, it was pills. And I'm not questioning that Tiger's in pain. I'm sure he is.
Yeah.
But the fact that people continue to enable some of his behaviors and don't try to help him and truly help him. I saw today that there was some limo service down in Florida that is saying, hey, Tiger, don't worry about it. We'll drive you everywhere and we'll do it for free. Of course, they're doing it for the publicity.
Mm-hmm.
You're not helping the situation. Tiger has a problem. He is a hurting man who has had an issue with behavioral problems and now it appears substance abuse. Do not keep enabling him. Get this man some help.
I could not agree with you more. And I really don't want to talk about it because I have some theories on what's happened over the last few years with him that just get very dark very quickly. So I'll just move on. Hot take I could be talked into. Though, honestly, John, this is one that I believe. Dan Hurley is graded on a curve. We discussed it yesterday. His weird head thing with the ref. Nick, it was not AI. This was a real thing that happened.
Oh, okay.
If anybody else did that, John, they would have obviously gotten a technical foul. But because Hurley is so strange, because he is so weird, he was not punished for it. And by the way, I don't even have an opinion on if he should or shouldn't have gotten a T, but I have no doubt that if it was a different person, they would have. The reason that he didn't get a technical is because the ref's like, well, I guess it's just Dan being Dan.
That's just Dan Hurley.
It's so weird because I watched
scamp.
There was this, there's like this 5-minute highlight from CBS where it's like, watch the play from 800 angles. And so you have the regular angle and then you have every crowd shot, you have the bench shots. So one of them is just on Hurley, which is hysterical. It's so funny to watch the emotions. And then sure enough, at the very end, the ref comes up and he rubs his head on him. If that anybody else did that, it would be an automatic technical foul. And so he's graded on a curve. And that ended up benefiting UConn because if that's a technical, Duke gets 2 free throws. 2 free throws, and they were down by 1 point.
Wow.
Again, I'm not even going to make a judgment call on if they should. Man, that would have been pretty wild if they would have been like technical foul. They're going to the free throw line. Like that would have been deeply upsetting for a lot of folks.
Would have been really funny.
Also, why I didn't realize we could just rub heads on other guys' heads.
If you act eccentric enough all the time, you can just kind of do whatever.
I think, you know what, John? I think Al Huss needs to take some notes from here.
Start doing some head rubbing.
Just be a freak all the time. And then a moment like this comes around, you could like slap the official on his butt and they might be like, well, you know, it's just Al being Al.
Well,
Classic Huss.
Problem is Huss is so much taller than all of the referees. He would have to he would have to reach to get down and headbutt somebody.
That's
like
true.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Huss will be doing that.
Okay.
I'll be very curious to watch his sideline demeanor versus what we've seen in the past. Not that Mack had this.
Oh, you're talking about Hurley. I mean, he's still going to be a weirdo. What do you mean? Yeah, you're
no, Hurley's going to be a weirdo.
Yes.
Hurley's going to be a weirdo.
Yeah.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? The NFL has approved changes to the league's replay review system. And one of them is
ABS?
contingent. No, it's not ABS. There's no balls or strikes in the NFL. One of the changes is contingent on if the NFL has to use replacement refs because famously they're in a labor dispute with the regular refs.
Mm-hmm.
So how this would work is New York, the command center, would be allowed to basically call penalties that weren't called on the field to help out the replacement refs.
Oh, that's very kind of them.
According to the verbiage in the rule, staff members in New York could alert a replacement referee if they see clear and obvious evidence of an uncalled foul. Now, it will be for these following fouls: twisting or pulling of the face mask, roughing the passer, intentional grounding, horse collar, illegal contact, pass interference, and any disqualification fouls, like the incident we had last year with who was it, with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who got into it with the fan.
DK Metcalf.
DK Metcalf. Here's the hot take.
Oh, we're still in hot take.
Jeez, I stopped the music. I'm sorry.
I thought that this was just
sounded like a transition.
The hot take is this. The NFL, now this is kind of contingent on if they actually do this, because this is only if the regular refs aren't officiating. But let's pretend like the regular refs aren't officiating and they push this through. This is going to be the way fans are going to demand it, and the regular refs are not going to like it because now they're going to have Big Brother watching over their head. So this is really a negotiation tactic to get the regular refs to come back to the table so they can get the contract signed, because they know, just like everybody else, if this rule comes in and we essentially get the sky judge, which they do have in Canada, where the replay guys can call penalties.
You got the call wrong there.
Once they see that happening, once you do that, you can't put that genie back in the bottle.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to say the thing that will happen is they'll use it. It'll work okay. And then they'll be like, all right, let's just start doing this moving forward. It is kind of NFL ABS, but with humans.
How do you get a genie in a bottle? Everybody gets the genie out of the bottle, but how does the
Don't you
genie
just-
get into the bottle?
Don't you rub the bottle again?
Well, see, that's why. Thus the phrase that put the genie back in the bottle, because you can't put the genie back in the bottle.
Right,
pushing
but
a chain.
it's
that's
like
what I'm
you
saying.
can't-
You can
it's
never
like
put the
putting
genie back in
tube-
the bottle. How does the genie get in the bottle in the first place?
I think it decides to. It has agency.
No.
It wants to go into the bottle.
Put me in my bottle, please.
Bottle
It's the
me,
genie.
daddy.
Ask the genie. I don't
Mhm.
care. Ask Genie Bus. Ask any genie. I don't know.
Nice reference, John.
Nice.
Coming up, Steve Sipple.
Whoa.
He can argue with Josh on the running back room.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, he got.
I
Trey
definitely
Taylor.
disagree with him.
Now that Trey Taylor's on his side, Sip's going to be even more determined that this is the way it is. It's the right call.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's now he has future players defending him
That's true.
and calling him Mr. Sipple.
That's wild.
Not even the paper boy, when there was such a thing,
Mr.
called
I'll
him
call him
Mr.
Mr.
Sipple.
Sipple. Call him Sip.
Mr. Sipple was my father.
We'll be back with Steve Sipple in the happy hour on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
would be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw. From your mom. Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak, but when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Still my beating heart, I hear car noises that can only mean one thing. I mean, 2/3 of our guests today, there's cars have made more noises than they have.
Yep.
It's Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com. Hi, Sip.
How are you doing?
Great,
I'm
man.
doing great. I'm doing better now that you're here, my friend. I missed you last week.
Oh, for right. Ooh, I almost said something inappropriate. I
did.
It could be. Yeah, I understand. So now, wait a second. I've been a little scattered. Is this Josh and John?
It is the whole crew back together once again. It's like it's like the old days of 3 months ago.
I kind of like. I got to admit, I like it when you two are when it's whole. You know.
Me
We
too.
like it better when we're whole.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sip, I told.
Listen.
Oh, what's up?
Hey, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I got to consider on something. That is not a slight at any of your guests at all.
No, we understand.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Sip, I told John about seeing you in Houston, and my favorite part about it was when you asked the very nice lady at the very top of the Toyota Center, "Have you ever met Kevin Durant?"
I was serious.
I know you were. That was the best part. She like had a kind of a pause, and she was like, "No, I've not met KD." Good stuff. That arena. What did you think of that arena?
Yeah. Hey, Josh. Listen. I don't want to portray myself as some kind of person that is an expert on the NBA, but I have been to several arenas, and they're all starting to look the same to me.
They are, man. They are.
They're pretty not outside. Like they're not the same outside, but when you walk in them, they all feel the same to me. You know, they're pretty cookie cutter. They are.
Yeah. Wish the Wi-Fi would have been better.
I mean, it's harder for arenas to have more character than baseball stadiums or football stadiums, right?
Maybe. I think of maybe not. I think of.
I mean, nowadays, I realize, you had the old Boston Garden that had a lot of character to it, and Chicago Stadium.
That municipal stadium in Kansas City where they used to play the women's tournament, the women's Big 12 tournament, had a lot of character. Again, and I'm not complaining. These are nice arenas, but they all do kind of have a similar feel.
Yeah, certainly.
They do. They really do. I'm not speaking out of turn here. I've been to Denver. I've been to Milwaukee, Oklahoma City, Dallas. Probably one I'm missing. And they do. They all feel the same.
By the way, I've been remiss not to do as Trey Taylor has done and call you Mr. Sipple. Were you surprised to see Trey Taylor respond to your tweet?
No, he's done it before. I like Trey a lot.
Well, yeah, because he calls you Mr. Sipple.
Well, I mean, I think he's identified me as someone who can be caustic and whatever. I mean, I don't mind. I think it helps traffic actually. So
definitely.
Sip's in it for the clicks.
Yeah, I am.
I know. Exactly. I agree.
Sip, you wrote about the running back room today. John and I would say of the conversations that have dominated the last 2 days as it pertains to spring football, running backs has probably led the way, probably by quite a bit, actually. What in your opinion is most likely to happen? And we're going off of a very small sample size, and of course, what you're hearing from folks who attend practice. But what do you think is most likely to happen in terms of who starts the most games? And this is obviously a back way of asking, is there a world where Rule starts the most games at running back?
There is a world like that. And that's a great question. And I hate to, you get that all the time, but it's a tough question, I guess, right now. For several months, I've leaned towards Mekhi Nelson. And I probably continue. I continue to do that because of when you were comparing Mekhi Nelson and Isaiah Mosey, Isaiah's lack of experience at the position was it put him behind, frankly. And then you heard Barthel, the running backs coach, essentially tell us that earlier this spring, that he didn't even look at him as a true running back last year. He was learning so much. And I didn't either, by the way, just by the way he ran. He looked like a receiver playing running back a lot of the time, not all the time. But I'll tell you what, in the spring game, you saw him run between the tackles. Now I'm talking about Mosey, and he looked good running between the tackles. And that was a big, big point of emphasis for him this spring, and you could tell. I still lean towards Mekhi. He's a vicious runner. He's a vicious competitor. He had to clean up some stuff off the field, I think, but I think he has. But now you have this freshman, and you can't discount him. I guess what I continue to think is this is a lot to ask of a true freshman to start in the Big Ten. The Big Ten, which is the closest thing to the NFL there is in the college ranks of the college conferences. You know that. You've heard it. People talk about it. And I just think it's a little much to ask, I think. Especially to start the season. Now, Game 7, Game 8, maybe you look so good that you just can't even help it. You just got to do it.
Well, and that's going to be the big question, is when do you pull the trigger on something like that, particularly if you think he is ready for that level. The question we had was about just the running back room in general. I think we can all say that last year they had a great running back. They didn't have a great running back room. Can a series of a dozen or so bowl practices and now a spring get this room up to the level where it needs to be to play in such a conference as you described it, the next step from the NFL?
I think so. I do think so. I kind of like that. Yeah. I hesitate. Here's why I hesitate. Because there's not a lot of production.
Yeah.
They don't have a returning rusher that ran for 900 yards or 1,000 or 700. The group ran for a collective 300 or so.
Correct.
Right. So it's hard. That's why I pause. I don't want to sound like an idiot. You're trying to project is what you're trying to do at this point, right? I'm Mekhi. Caught that 38-yard run, and it looked pretty good. The game got away from them, so it was hard to judge that room a little bit because the game got away from them. Mosey looked all right in the bowl game. I go to the bowl game because Emmett wasn't playing, and you kind of, that's so you sized up the future a little bit by what you saw, and I thought it looked all right. Now those guys, it depended on those guys making a jump. And I think they look like they're headed that direction. So I guess I'm much more open-minded about that room being okay than a lot of people I see, for instance, on our message board at Husker Online. I'm much more open-minded about it. And I do like Mackay. I like the way he runs. You know, he's not very big. That's the only drawback. He's 197 pounds. I wish he was about 207. But I love the way he attacks. He's an attacking runner, and I appreciate that.
Sip, speaking of size, you are someone more than maybe anybody around here locally that will, often point to that. Like, I mean, you just brought it up literally with Nelson and the size that he brings to the table. Broadly, roster-wise, what do you think of the way that the group looks? Because I wasn't there, but I watched it on TV, and I thought that they looked slow. I wonder what you thought watching them in person.
It's, I think, yeah. You're talking about like eye test kind of,
yes.
right?
Yes.
Just okay. I mean, I kind of noticed it, Josh, when I went to their we get that limited practice time, which is a 25-minute practice look, and you can't even see the whole team if you're in that situation. It's hard because of time, the clocks are running, and I noticed it a little bit then. But I'll tell you this: it depends, Josh. Here's the answer. It depends on position. There's certain positions you look at and say, oh, yeah, they're fine. O-line, they're good. Size, athleticism, getting off the ball, that all looks good to me. Okay? So it depends. Receiver, look at the receivers. Josh, they're fine. They got them.
Yeah.
I mean, they're good. They're as good as that position they've been in a long time, in my opinion.
Oh, here we go.
So it's very dependent. It's very dependent on position. Now, if you look at defensive line, no, interior doesn't look like it should. I mean, it's just the fact. I'm not trying to. It just is what it is. That's the position group I watched when I was there, and it's not where it needs to be, in my opinion. Matt Rule would crack on me for that, but it is what it is. That's what I feel. I don't think it looks like it should, but there are positions that certainly do. And, frankly, a lot of them do, but there's a few that don't.
Of the defensive newcomers, obviously Chambliss is probably going to get the most attention because he had the most experience in the Orange defense, playing a critical role. But who would be like next in line of those defensive newcomers that's got to click this year?
Dwayne McDougal, for a similar reason. The safety. He's going to start. And
yeah.
That has to be good. Chambliss has to, Chambliss was a little banged up in the spring, for the 15 practices. I would think high priority is to get him right. I think it was a toe. So he's important. Now I'm going to go through the position. I'd be remiss not to mention Whittington and Stoudemire. And I pronounce the kid's name wrong all the time, Stoudemire. Whittington is now become intriguing to people because of the way he flashed in the spring game and the way he played in the spring. He had a good spring by all counts, or by most accounts of the people I talked to. And then he got really interesting to me in the post scrimmage the other day when he said he played at Pitt at 250. He played in the ACC D line at 250 and made it work. There's a couple ways to look at that conversation. Like, a negative way is he played at 250. A positive way is, my God, he made it work at 250.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's it going to look like if he can get to 280, which he's trying? He's about 265 to 270 now, and he wants to add more weight. What does that look like? I don't know. You just got to see how it looks. But I was struck by him when I watched that D-line group, how little he is. But you're also struck by how athletic he is for a D-lineman. I mean, he looks like a running back. He kind of does. I mean, he's a fascinating picture. He's gonna put his hand in the dirt in the interior in the Big Ten. And let's see what that looks like. He was a starter on Saturday alongside Van Poppel, so they feel like he can do it.
Sip, did anything surprise you with what you saw on Saturday?
Rule, yeah. Yeah, Jamal Rule surprised me. Even though, like Damon Benny had told me he's good stuff. You know how it is, Josh. You hear stuff, John. You never know. You want to see it. And what I saw did surprise me. He's not because he ran for a 75-yard run. It was more the smaller runs that impressed me, actually.
I agree.
Just the way he runs behind his pads and how explosive he is and how quickly he gets to the line of scrimmage and just the way he goes into Josh. A lot of times what I look at with running back is the way they go into contact. He hammers into contact and gets forward, So yeah, that's probably what surprised me the most. And the tempo, just the tempo with which they operated, which was, they were rolling.
If you were to list, Sip, the reasons why the spring game attendance was so low compared to what it has been in the last couple of decades, where would fan apathy rank on that list?
High, but not the only reason. And then it might be third or fourth, actually.
Really?
I think, yeah. Yeah, I think okay, I'll put it to you this way. Hold on, I'm really bad on the cold. I came back from those trips, Josh, in shambles. I would say just the diminished interest in spring games in general. I'll put it to you this way. At the end of April, I think a useful exercise for all of us will be to see where Nebraska is positioned in the top 10 nationally in spring game attendance. And I think they'll be in the top 10. I think what we'll see at the end of it is, they're number 7 or whatever. I bet they'll be in that range because all over the country, the attendance numbers will be down just because spring games have diminished in popularity. Clemson drew an estimated 25,000 on the same day that Nebraska drew 27,000. So, and then just the fact that it was 11 a.m. and playing in March, for the first time, right? I think it was the first time.
Yes.
So, yeah, and not on a particularly nice day. It got nice, but when I was walking over there, it certainly wasn't nice. So I think then I think there's an apathy discussion. You guys would know as much about that as I do, and probably more, right? I mean, you have a daily radio show. You guys really pay attention to stuff. I do think apathy is it's real. I do think it's a little overblown, and I think it's becoming a little self-fulfilling, frankly. The more you hear people say, there's just apathy. I don't know. There's still people that pay close attention to it. And frankly, I thought the crowd was good. It's all relative. Me and Sean talked that week of when we were down in Houston, Sean Callahan, and we thought the crowd would be about 15,000. Okay? 15,000. Well, it was double that almost. So the way I looked at it was, not bad. They filled it up pretty good. It all depends how you look at it.
Sip, one hoops question for you before we let you go. Now 2 tournaments in the last 3 years. Obviously, a first ever Sweet 16. They had the lead in the second half. Could have gone to their first ever Elite 8. I wonder how this year and the last few years have changed the way that you will expect them to do X, Y, or Z moving forward. What are your expectations for the program now as they enter into this new era where they won't have that thing hanging around their neck of the one team to never win a tournament game?
It's very refreshing, Josh. There's expectations now. I get on your program and rant about the low expectations. It was sort of obnoxious, but I was right. There was my beef with that program for many, many years were the incredibly low expectations. That if you just got to the bubble, wow, this is amazing. The bubble, and I always hated this deal where just win a game. What kind of goal is that? To win a game in the NCAA tournament? Because everybody does that. I mean, at some point. So I love what happened because of that. I mean, I love what happened for I love what happened for a variety of reasons, but it erases that low expectation discussion, and it does kind of put some expectations on it, which is healthy. Add to that what Pitino said. You probably saw what Pitino said, right? That there's no real blue bloods anymore, that there's this group of 40 to 50 teams that are all not completely on the same plane, but close enough that you can make it work. And I'd say Nebraska is that. Like, they're not, I mean, they're not on the same financial plane as, North Carolina or whoever, but they're in a pretty good spot, and it's going to get way better. So to answer your question, I like the fact that we're talking about how will they follow this up. That's what we wonder.
Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com. Sip, get well. Get that voice taken care of. The good news is you got 5 months until football season, so you should be in good shape.
Well, he does a radio show, though, and then a podcast, John. He still has to talk.
Yeah.
Lean on your co-host. Let them do most of the talking. You can just nod and smile.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah. Well,
or shake your head and frown.
It's good to see you in Houston. Did I see you in Oklahoma City?
I don't think we saw each other in Oklahoma City, at least not in person, but it was great running into you, talking a little ball and bitching about the elevator. Everybody was complaining about that elevator. So it was great to see you.
The Houston setup wasn't perfect.
It was a struggle bus. That's for sure.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys.
Bye, Sipple.
Thank you, Sip. Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com.
Got a text real quick from Aaron, who writes in 402-951-1620. He, talking about Sipple, he is 100% wrong. It has nothing to do with the spring game and just our give a bleep about Nebraska. They are close to breaking us. Stop this crap. We want competency with our program. The football is bleep. And then he adds one more time, it's bleep.
I mean, Sip does have a point if we get to the end of all of these spring games and we see that there is a significant national downturn in spring game attendance, then his point would have a little bit more credence that, okay, that's part of it. I believe that the apathy is in the equation somewhere. I think it's probably higher than maybe third or fourth on the list. You think it's number one.
I think it's number one.
But the one thing that would lend credence to what Sipple is saying is if and I don't remember who all the big spring game attendance. I never cared about spring game attendance. I thought the whole, what measuring contest about spring game attendance was nonsense.
It was always like them and Bama and Ohio State. Those were always the schools.
But if we see some of those other schools that are used to having 60, 70, 80,000 at their spring game, if they're down in the 20s and 30s too, then it's like, well, then because part of this that's at play here is they did kill the spring game last year. So you gave people an excuse not to go last year, and then you try to magically bring it back this year, and maybe a lot of folks were out on it. Certainly the timing of the tournament and people being down in Houston, that did have some factor. Probably a bit of a hangover effect too. I mean, you just lost the dadgum thing, and, you're probably a little caught up in your feels. So maybe that kept folks away. And it was earlier in the year. I mean, it was March, and you didn't know what the weather was going to be like. And if people didn't buy their tickets early, they were like, oh, wait, you're going to double the ticket price on me because I'm buying them at the game? Screw that. I'm not going.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different factors into it. But absolutely, the apathy is there. It is real. What will be interesting honestly, it'll be over the next 5 months. Because, what are we going to do? We're going to spend a lot of the next 5 months looking ahead. And if we notice that people are less engaged with it or less interested in hearing about it, we have ways of knowing those things.
Yeah, absolutely we do.
We have ways of measuring, whether or not people are really, zeroed in. And I would tend to think of the people that listen to shows like ours, they are what we call the P1s. In our business, we call it the P1s, person number one. These are the hardest of the hardcores. The hardest of the hardcores who are Nebraska football fans listen to shows like this. Maybe not, certainly not exclusively ours, but shows like ours. And if we hear back from the P1s of Husker football that, then we'll know that something rather significant has changed.
Well, like this, we got an email from KG a little bit ago into the Equitable Bank inbox. KG writes, just not into anything related to Husker football. After all these years with all the same old hype, nothing they can say or do until the football season is finally here. Just really difficult to get motivated this year. And I think because a lot of people have taken the basketball component of last week and said, yeah, it was the basketball season. And I do continue to think that it's almost like the wrong lesson to be learned from the success of the basketball. I think that how well they did, in a way, shined a light on the football program and the lack of a good job that they have done. And I know a lot of people that are very much checked out. I don't know how many times I have heard over the last couple of weeks, I didn't read a thing about the football team. I didn't read a single thing about the spring. I haven't heard a podcast about it. I haven't heard a segment about it, which is like, okay, that's not good because that's what we're doing. But I have heard that more.
But we didn't do nearly as much of it.
We definitely did not. We leaned way more into hoops. But that's what happened over the last, however many months. And so are those people now, will they come up for air, or are they going to be searching for more baseball stuff? As the baseball team continues to play at a very high level, perhaps tonight, even against Creighton. It's really interesting. I mean, truly, I think uncharted territory, John. The basketball team, it was unprecedented. I had never covered a team that good. I mean, you had never covered a team that good. You've been around for good basketball teams, but you haven't covered one of that level, at least as a professional. And then they do the thing that they hadn't done, and then they win another one, and suddenly they're in the second weekend playing their arch rival. And it's like, whoa, this is entirely different territory. We've been in this territory with Nebraska football where people are like, yeah, I just don't know. I got to see it on the field. Not to this level, though. Not to this level.
All right, coming up, we've got some content.
And
we've got dinner, including something that, for those with a weak stomach, you may not want to listen to one of the new food gimmicks that's coming.
Oh.
But we've got in content today, women's Final Four, an update of the pain index.
Ooh.
Wokeism is not dead.
Whoa, awesome.
And questionable football tactics.
Okay.
Next on the Zone Radio Network.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Don't forget to vote in the Foodie 4 as part of the Omaha Food Fight brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. We're down to the final 4. We got 2 burgers joints and 2 steakhouses. It's a pretty good fight going on right now. You can vote today at 1620thezone.com. It is the Omaha Food Fight presented by Union Bank and Trust. Speaking of food, there will be food involved in this edition of content, but first, what's the other content we have?
The women's Final Four features UConn, UCLA, Texas, and South Carolina. All the 1 seeds. The closest margin of victory in the Elite 8 round was 12 points. The average margin of victory was 23 points. Folks like to say NIL and the portal are breaking the men's tournament, but what about the women?
I think it has more of an impact on the women's tournament than it does on the men's tournament. Now, first off, the women's game has always been very, very top-heavy compared to the men's game. I mean, you don't see as many of the big upsets. Usually it's a lot of chalk at the end. Not that there isn't chalk in the men's tournament, but there's more chalk in the women's tournament. But I think now with the NIL and transfer portal, you have the schools that have already established themselves as powers in women's sports or particular women's sports. Think Nebraska in volleyball. They're going to put more resources to that than a lot of other schools will as they divert some of those things off to the so-called money sport. So I think this is going to be more pronounced on the women's side with the LSUs, the South Carolinas, who have, NIL resources, but are going to continue to pour it more into their women's sports, particularly basketball, than maybe some of the other schools who want to compete at that level, but just realize it's too expensive.
I think you make a really good argument, John, because these margins of victory are pretty crazy, especially coming off of a handful of years ago where it seemed like things might have been changing and we were going to get into a more upset-minded NCAA tournament. The top of women's college basketball has always been very pronounced, and it reminds you of the super old days in the men's game. I wonder, is like, we're going to get to a point where like a guy like a Gino Auriemma is not coaching anymore. Is that going to change? Will that change the top of the sport, or will just a different team or UConn with a different coach slide into their place? But man, these blowouts, it was crazy seeing the scores of these games. And how about the stat that Nick just had for us? Closest game was 12, but the average margin of victory was 23. I mean, all you got to do is do some math and realize, whoa. So that means that the other games were some tremendous blowouts in the Elite 8.
ESPN's Pain Index has been updated for March Madness. Now that just 4 teams remain, we have a new number 1. Duke! Unsurprisingly, the Blue Devils and their 99% chance to win with 1:33 left in the first half now lead all other teams in most pain. Nebraska's loss is down to 14. Both of these sound about right to you?
Certainly Duke number 1. I mean, this was an obvious one, John. Not only were they dominating early, and so it seemed like they could blow them out. They had the ball with a handful of seconds, up by a couple points, and they lost the game. We talked about it plenty over the last couple of days. So I think that they are very good at number 1. The only thing that I would say about Nebraska being at 14 is reading the story, it doesn't really mention that they lost to their arch nemesis or a school that locally. So, like, They weren't graded on a curve, and so I think that Husker fans was like 14 is way too low, but they didn't mention it. All they talked about was like, look, they had a lead of 10 points in the first half. They had a chance of winning by 80% or whatever it was. But it ignored that they lost to Iowa, and I think part of that is nationally, it's not certainly it's not a basketball rivalry, John, that matters on the national scale. It barely is in football because their games haven't really been of importance. I think that it should be higher from the rivalry standpoint, but from the way the game unfolded standpoint, teams blow 10-point first half leads all the time. So I understand where it plays from that perspective.
Well, you've got the weighted scale. So you have on one side, Nebraska's never won a tournament game until this year, and then they won 2 tournament games and got to the Sweet 16. So there's that offsets maybe some of the pain, but the other thing that wasn't mentioned wasn't the 4 on the floor wasn't mentioned.
Correct.
And that created a lot of memes. That created a lot of finger pointing and laughing. Now, as I said last week, in the wake of the defeat,
that stuff's going to be a footnote down the road for Nebraska fans. But in the moment, because this is grading all of these teams in terms of pain in the moment, I think your point about the rivalry, I think they undersold that. And the fact that they didn't mention the awkwardness of the 4-on-4 play late in the game, I think probably rises them. They probably should be somewhere in the top 10. They should not be number one. I mean, Duke clearly should be number one, and Florida being number two. I mean, these are teams that are, they were number one seeds. They were expected to go a long way. So I totally get where they are. For example, I'll say this. I think Nebraska should be rated ahead of Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt was a 6, right? Vanderbilt's kind of like Nebraska. Not that they had never won a tournament game before, but I don't think their pain, I mean, their biggest lead against Nebraska was 5 points.
Yep.
It wasn't a huge deal. So if anything, I might flip-flop Nebraska and Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt was 6th in this, and Nebraska was 14th. But, that said, I think Nebraska's pain far less than some of the other teams that lost in more painful ways.
Victor Wembanyama had a season-high 41 points, 16 rebounds, while collecting the third fastest double-double since 1997 and 1998. He had 10 points and 10 rebounds in the first 8 minutes, 31 seconds on the court, collecting his 10th rebound a minute 55 into the second quarter. Is this another one of those weird stats we shouldn't care about, or is it actually cool?
Oh, I mean, the fact that he had a double-double in 8 minutes, I don't know. I don't think it's very important considering all the other stuff that he has done, So I mean, it's okay, but listen, he's going to do a lot more cooler things and has done a lot more cooler things than this.
Yeah, that's exactly how I view it. I mean, honestly, 41 and 16, I think is cooler than having a double-double in 8 minutes and 31 seconds of action. That said, that is an insanely short amount of time to be able to pick up a double-double. I wonder if at some point, John, in his career, we'll have a similar conversation about his ability to pick up a triple-double as well. Obviously, that will require more work. You figure it would come with the assists. Don't think he'd be able to get 10 blocks, super, super quickly to do so. So definitely cool. Not one that, of all of his exploits over his career that I'm going to be yeah, remember that one time that he had a double-double in 8.5 minutes? Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
And if there's anybody who would know anything about cool things in a short amount of time, it's you.
No, it's Rick Pitino, Nick. It's Rick Pitino.
Jeez.
Rick Pitino.
Wow.
Woke
Incredible.
Is not dead. The Bulls waived guard Jaden Ivey for conduct detrimental to the team after a lengthy video rant critical of the NBA's promotion of Pride Month. Were the Bulls right to do this?
I'm honestly surprised, John, and here's why. Because in Major League Baseball, over the last handful of years, in particular, I think there was a guy with the Dodgers last year, very critical of any of these types of, Pride nights, inclusive nights, etc. And so I am surprised that they decided to go all the way in terms of cutting him rather than fining him. Like we've seen players, use slurs over the years. There was a famed episode with Kobe Bryant saying it about a referee and he got fined a lot of money. So I'm a little surprised. So it makes me think that they have been wanting to cut him. They made a trade for him this year, right? He's a new player on their roster. Yep. He didn't start the season with them. It makes me think that this is a convenient excuse to get rid of him. I'm surprised, that they decided to go all the way and cut him.
I'm not surprised because it is the NBA. I mean, the NBA is certainly a lot more active on this front than maybe some other leagues are. But the other part of this too was apparently Ivy was a little preachy in the locker room. So your point about they were looking for reasons to cut him, I think that's probably where some of this is coming from. But make no mistake about it. If Jaden Ivey had been one of the top scorers on the team, one of the top players on the team, they would have found a way to say, hey, you need to settle this down. You need to stop doing this. Maybe give him a tiny slap on the wrist. They would have kept him. But the juice wasn't worth the squeeze for him. And so away he goes.
Not Pro Football Hall of Famer and still not Pro Football Hall of Famer, by the way, Robert Kraft says this about an 18-game NFL schedule. Every team playing internationally in 2 bye weeks.
I think it would be a lot more exciting for the fans. Will it?
No. Why would it be more exciting? The only people it's going to be exciting for are the new international markets. But I don't know if this is necessarily going to excite the fans. I do think there is a law of diminishing returns when it comes to this. And stretching the season even longer. I mean, a schedule like this would have to start on Labor Day weekend and would end by President's Day, which is where the NFL's been wanting to put the Super Bowl anyway. I don't think I get it. It's more football. But here's the part of it that is the most hypocritical, or two things that are most hypocritical. Number one, don't care about health of the players. Never did.
Obviously,
Number two,
no.
they're not going to increase the roster limits. It's going to still be a 53-man roster.
Because they're cheap.
Because
they're going to make more money and not put the money back into the teams.
Exactly. So is this a lot more exciting for the fans? I don't think so.
I mean, is it more exciting because you get an extra game? Sure. I would say this, John, barring them doing a real big change to how they put together their schedule in terms of idle weeks, you are going to have a lot of empty weekends. You know, like we talk about it in college football. You know, the double bye week seasons end up being a little light because they're spread out. Right now, college football a little more constricted because this, in theory, would be a 20-game regular season for the NFL, whereas college, it's a 14 to play 12. But you have a lot of these weeks where it's like, yikes, there's just not a whole lot of good games. And when I say like making a real big change, that would mean almost, my dream has always been, why don't you have like half of the league have an idle week one week and half of the league have an idle week the other? You knock them out in back-to-back weeks, and then every other weekend is full. They're never going to do something like this, though. So,
well, yeah, you're not going to be able to because you're going to have to account for all these international games,
all the international
and
games
the travel.
Well.
So,
yeah. So, like, more exciting. I mean, again, it's an extra game. Is it worth the squeeze? I would say no. I don't think the 17th game has been worth the squeeze as well. But it's obvious that they want to get back to a round number. And I will say this. You cannot go to 18 and still only have one off week. You just cannot do it. No. You cannot do that. There are already too many injuries. And so if they're going to do it, they're going to have to add another week. And I guess that at least solves the international problem. But then everybody is playing internationally. I still haven't had to watch the Cowboys play it at 8:30 in the morning. I know that I will at some point in time. I'm really not prepared for it.
Watching your team lose before breakfast sucks.
Tough. It does. It definitely does.
Here's an idea. Win the game.
Oh, interesting, John. Hadn't thought about that.
Tell that to the Dolphins in Germany when they play the Chiefs. And
the over. By the way, Nuremberg, this week's movie in movie club. Just a reminder. The
Frisco Niners hired an independent scientist to investigate the electrical substation near Levi Stadium, which conspiracy theorists believe is the cause of the Niners injury bug. Niner GM John Lynch says the investigation revealed a big nothing burger. Do you believe in science or in John Lynch?
I think, well, I mean, isn't it both? Isn't John Lynch saying that the science shows that there was no...
Do you believe in conspiracy or John Lynch?
Well, you can believe in John Lynch. Did they actually do this? Did they actually hire an independent scientist to look into this? I don't think they went that far.
You don't think so? You think they're lying about doing an investigation?
I think they're just trying to deflect, and because so many people are saying, listen, independent scientists. It was probably like some intern from Cal Berkeley or something.
No way, way, John. There's been so much talk about this. They absolutely put actual resources into trying to research it. So your conspiracy is that they didn't even do that. Wow, so
I think they're working hard to deny that this is a thing, and they don't want to give any more credence to it.
It is wild to go to this for a serious moment. That like now our culture has become so conspiracy pilled that like a random report came out and apparently players are like legitimately worried about this. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to play.
Lynch claims that none of the free agents they've been talking to even asked about it.
Yeah, I don't buy that at all. Maybe they didn't ask the management, but they definitely asked the players about it. Good for the Niners, though. They're going to be healthy.
The players going to know. The players don't know anything about the electrical substation or what it does to them.
You know, I think it's cool that people are getting dumber because things like electricity are just magic now. Who knows what that is? Who knows how that works? I don't know.
You really can't see electricity, so
people forget, except for lightning.
Yeah,
lightning.
Baltimore
of lightning.
Baltimore Ravens team president Sashi Brown said Monday that the rescinding of the Max Crosby trade won't negatively affect the team's reputation, chalking up the criticism to a slow news cycle. Are you serious, Clark?
I didn't know his name was Clark, but really? A slow news cycle?
Don't do that.
You had a team
That's not
trade for one of the best players in the game, trade 2 first-round picks, and then all of a sudden magically go, oh, no. He didn't pass his physical, and then within 24 hours signed one of the other premium pass rushers on the free agent market. And it was a slow news cycle? No, I don't think it was a slow news cycle, Sashi Brown or Clark or whatever the hell we're calling you. I think your organization got cold feet and said, oh, man, I didn't realize we could get this guy for a lot cheaper than we're paying for Max Crosby. And you weaseled your way out of this deal.
All right, so obviously I agree with you. Do you not get the "you serious Clark" reference here, John? Is that flying?
No,
right
I
over
do.
your head
Of course
right
I
now?
do. No, of course I do.
Okay, because
It's
you
from
you
vacation.
made some references to. Okay, I just want to make sure.
I was just joking with Nick.
Okay, this could have happened, John, on Super Bowl Sunday, and we'd still be talking about it. Like, are
Hell
you
yes.
serious? Come on, bro. Like, this is
How many major trades? How many major trades have been nixed because of a physical?
Bingo. Which we all knew he was injured. That wasn't a news story, you know?
Right.
Like, whoa,
It's
you guys hear
similar.
about
It's
this? He tore
similar.
his knee.
It's similar to when the NBA nixed that. What was that big trade they nixed many years ago?
Chris Paul to the Lakers.
Chris Paul to the Lakers. I mean, it was an unusual circumstance. It was a huge deal. This is an unusual circumstance. It's a huge deal. Yes, Clark, we're serious.
His name was Sashi, actually.
Oh, thank you.
Speaking of football injuries, what do we think of this tackling drill being done at Southeast, Missouri State?
I'll be honest, I couldn't see a second of it.
I
It
also
froze.
couldn't.
What's happening here is you've got they line up 2 defenders at the back line of the end zone. They line up.
Oh my gosh.
Like at the 15-yard line, and they're running headlong into each other, trying to get the running back out. It's making the rounds all over the internet, and people are critical of it. It's weird. It is so weird. In an era where where the Oklahoma drill is like, oh my God, we can't do this. To literally have guys running at each other, it's almost like a wedge drill in some ways, except you're just going after the guy with the ball. But it's 2 defenders on one back. It's incredibly crazy for this time in this era of football.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Honestly, I didn't know that something like this was allowed. You know, it's obviously not safe. Where's this at? What school? Where is this at?
Southeast Missouri State.
Tough look for the state of Missouri. That said, not surprised.
That's the toughest look for the state of Missouri, though.
And tough look for our video.
Yeah. Nebraska and Creighton are minutes away from going at it on the diamond. That's a baseball reference. What's going down tonight?
Oh, what's going down tonight? Baseball's going down tonight. Will Nebraska have the proper edge? Will Creighton find the niche?
Edge.
Nebraska is clearly the more talented team, and they're having the better season right now. But will that be enough to overcome what has been a Creighton hex over the last 5 years?
I think normally I'm very confident that Nebraska will lose in this game. Tonight, oddly, I'm confident Nebraska will win in this game. They continue the good vibes. It might be the bad vibes off season for football, but it is the good vibes season for baseball, as Nick broke down in a slice of college baseball earlier. And if he did not break it down in a slice of college baseball earlier, that means time travel is real and he broke something in the Matrix. And so don't like that at all. But yeah, give me the Skurs and give me the under on total pitchers in the line that we said earlier with Michael Bruntz.
Again, I don't even remember what that line was.
I know.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming up, what's for dinner, including one thing that we will not be having for dinner.
Oh, okay.
On the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. And you know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
Last night was sliced beef with rice, broccoli, and gravy.
Yum. How was it?
It ate good. It was fine by me. I was fine with it. As far as what's tonight, it's ballpark night. It's ballpark food probably. I'm just looking forward to having some delicious In-N-Out burger with their great fries when I go to Las Vegas this week.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's right. John's leaving us tomorrow. It'll be Austin Jacobson in the building. Last night, the food was good. Tonight, quick meal for your boy. I'm going to have some mac and cheese.
Nice.
Very, very exciting. Mac and cheese.
Last night, I had a very normal trip to Runza. It was pretty good.
Trips.
Why'd you put an S? I don't know what's tonight. We haven't decided if we want to go to the baseball game or not. I hope we make a decision soon because it's happening.
I was going to say, Nick, yeah, it's the game.
The game is starting in like 5-10 minutes.
I know. We need to make a decision, but maybe ballpark food. We'll see.
I mean, it might be a sellout. You might not even be able to get in now.
Oh my gosh, you're looking out over the crowd, John. It looks amazing right now.
It does. It looks tremendous. This does not look tremendous. You've been
teasing this. What is this?
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Oh.
Butterfinger is doing a mashup with ramen noodles. It's a new collaboration mixing ramen noodles with a peanut buttery glaze and real Butterfinger pieces. It's top ramen with Butterfinger. Of course, this was put out by Butterfinger's social media, to which Dude Wipe's social media countered, "You're gonna need us after that."
Taste Test Wednesday, John. Are we going to bring it back to try this monstrosity?
Listen, I'm cool with Butterfinger. I'm cool with ramen. I'm not cool with Butterfinger ramen.
Okay, so hear me out here.
Oh, here we go, Nick. Here we go.
I would try this. I love trying.
Why?
I love trying bit food. It is one of my favorite things. But also,
God, it's your whole life.
It's not my whole life. It's a good chunk of it.
Your whole life is a bit.
No, a good chunk of my life is a bit. I could see this being a decent dessert. You know, it's like dessert pizza, right? Like it's just dessert noodles. That's all it is. It's nothing weird about it. It's just dessert noodles.
If we can find it, we'll bring it in for you.
Hell yeah.
Interesting.
I'll get my chopsticks.
All right.
Interesting.
So there it is. There's the Grum. Austin Jacobson will be in tomorrow as I head to Las Vegas, and then I'll be back on Thursday and Friday from Sin City as Creighton competes in the college basketball crown. Baseball.
Do we know for sure that you're back on Friday? You're back on Friday for sure. Do we know this as a positive?
It depends if they. I have no idea. If Creighton's still playing, I'll be in Las Vegas. If Creighton's not playing, I don't know.
Who knows?
I don't know.
Nobody knows. But we got baseball coming up next. Creighton and Nebraska here on 1620 The Zone. Glenn Sisk will have the call. He's going to steal these headsets from me as I speak. These headsets.
Have a great call, Glenn.
Bye.
Bye.